Good morning, everyone. One second. All right, cool. All set up. How you guys doing today? Thanks for the DD. Yeah, absolutely. No, I actually finally got a little sleep last night after like 5 days. Thank you. Well, can you talk about the significance of Revlon of RegSHO? I mean, part of me is pissed off about it, obviously, because like it tells us what those Philly floor trades were executed for, right? Um, But at the same time, they did the same shit with GameStop. So, when their fail to volume ratio starts to reach critical mass, it becomes very important to try to offset the locates for these fails, right? And they can do that by flipping the stock on or off RegSHO. Gaff actually made a really good point about this last night. They did this with GME back in October of 2021 or 2020 rather. Where GME fell off of RegSHO and then it moved back onto RegSHO in like December, like a month and a half later, and then stayed on RegSHO through the beginning of February. So I don't know how like bearish I am on it. I mean, it's annoying. They're probably going to try to short it now. Not that there's any real shares to short it with, but all the same, it's gonna be a battle. I don't think it's gonna change like OPEX. I don't think it's gonna change the amount of failures due. Is there a way to get into Rev right now? I mean, IV's still massively elevated, right? So I'd be careful with that. Opinion effort to remove RegSHO was purely to prevent FOMO. Well, interestingly, I don't think that'll work. Second of all, who knows how long they can keep it off of RegSHO for, right? Like they can mark all their FTDs outstanding for the last couple days long. That'll protect them a little bit, but it's still gonna come due. And when you're generating, 40 to 50 to 60%, or, in Revlon's case, 130% fail to volume ratio some days, every trade you you transact is creating more fails than it's clearing, right? And that once that compounding effect begins, the only way out is a rush of liquidity. You almost need to squeeze it, right? Because you need sellers, you need people to get out, and the only way to get them out is to buy them out. Supply and demand, right? The disclaimer still stands. Day trading GME is stupid. It's a terrible day trade stock. You can use options, that's fine. But it's far too volatile and you're more likely to get burned than you are to make money. And second of all, it does generate trades and liquidity, right? Which obviously helps them resolve FTDs. So that still stands after all this time. Buy and hold is just fine. Ding ding. Are there FTDs due on Rev, or did they resolve them? I'm sure there's lots of FTDs due. We only have the report up through the 15th, though. Early half of, or the first half of July. So Jimmy's doing it open. Not fucking much. Wow. Well, that wasn't a bad prediction. SPY coming up a little bit. BBBY. Little move up. Might actually have some okay FTDs here today. QQQ just did a boing. Yeah. Futures went up pretty hard last night. And AMD beat earnings and then didn't pull back their projections. I fucking love Lisa Su. It's okay, Glider. You're here now. I'm with you. It's all right. I'm sorry that happened. What do you think they exercised so much to get Rev off RegSHO yesterday? Like I said, first of all, it lets them dodge the locate requirements that RegSHO would force upon them, right? It lets them mark any generated FTDs from the last couple of days long, so they get to push out their bags. It's pretty advantageous. There can come a point when they're not able to do that. But think about how much volume failed yesterday. You know, only last month Revlon was failing, you know, some days up to 130% of the volume traded. We traded 8 million volume yesterday. Those were not all successful trades, right? You know, 40+% of those, and 40 is conservative, failed. You know, if those were on, you know, a restricted RegSHO schedule, they would be very fucked very, very fast. So, you know, die another day. Low liquidity environment in this bear market is already a contagion. Only a matter of time. These stocks are way more illiquid than GME, but the fuse is lit. Meaning the whole basket will squeeze, in your opinion? Not all of them, but some of them. GME is, you know, while illiquid, and retail helps drive that illiquidity, it has access to lots of sources of liquidity. You know, it's in 108 different ETFs, and that fluctuates. It might even be higher now. It has a liquid options chain. It has multiple market maker participants. You know, it's, if you actually look at, you know, Revlon over the last few weeks, and you look at GME back in 2020, it becomes very obvious how long they were able to hold off GME running up the way it did. Versus the pressure they're under on something like Revlon with very few sources of liquidity, right? You think of each of those ETFs as a little, you know, dam that can release liquidity, and all of a sudden, you know, and that plus, you know, the split creates a higher float. Let's say T+2 from Red's first run, yeah. Jimmy running? That's unexpected. Ooh. Interesting. Some volume too. What the fuck is this? Hold on. Today's the 3rd. FTDs are from the 16th. This shouldn't be very high. Is the market just going nuts? Wow. This might just be active funds. Tesla, AMD's probably doing the same shit. Yeah. So I know you said CCs are risky this week, but let's say someone sold some anyway. What are the chances we see sub 35 on GME today, tomorrow? If you get a shot, it'll probably be today. Tomorrow, ETF FTDs start coming in. Tomorrow's the 4th. They start coming in tomorrow through the 10th. Baradactyl. So you might get a chance today. Maybe after the Fed PMI data comes out at 10 a.m. and the hawker speaks at 10:30. I watch it closely because if you do get an opportunity, it might be short. Roll out the 81910C. I'm thinking about it. Are they trying to stop it from like going green on the day? I gotta sell off all this garbage. Okay, that died. Um, dun, 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 dun. Bobby's still doing really good. Hmm. That was a nice push. Just want to say, great job on the DD. You and the Quants did some awesome work, and you will be rewarded with all the tendies you can eat in Valhalla. Rev, GME, AMTD, BBBY are all about to squeeze. Riku, thank you so much. I don't trust AMTD. That whole fucking thing with HKD is weird. They be covering FTDs a bit early. No, I think this is just because the like QQQ gapped up and open. Bithead, dude, thank you so much, Bithead. Uh, long 50 more Cornishon memberships. Guys, give Bithead a shout out for hooking you up. Thank you so much, dude. Happy to be here and lose money with you, my fellow soon-to-be ex-degens. I guess I'll use this to ask a real question, but I didn't catch the RegSHO news on Rev, so they can short it now until OPEX blows up their positions, provided they can keep it off of RegSHO until OPEX. At the current rate of failure, it's going to be pretty hard to maintain. Uh, 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 I mean, well, I guess they have to do it for 5 days, so it's off for at least 5 days. We'll see what happens after that. And right now they're currently generating some FTDs. Bithead, thanks, dude.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Curious. Wouldn't split screen Jimmy and Rav. I could do that. China invades Taiwan. The U.S. sends troops. What would that do to the spy? Nothing good. Does Reg coming off RegSHO mean I may get a chance to enter a good position next week? Possibly. Yeah, I think depending on how today's price action works out, I may reposition as well. Take advantage of like the high cost. But with the ETF FTDs coming up, I kind of want to hold off. I guess obviously I see the advantage to repositioning given that I'm still up like 300%. Um, but the ETF FTDs are very compelling. Been swamped, so I haven't been able to listen as often as I would like. So you're saying hold off on cover calls until next week because of the gamma imbalance? No, because of ETF FTDs. Yeah, the peak of those FTDs should be Friday or Monday. So if you want to sell like pre-OPEX covered calls and get like that last little window of potential, you're gonna want to look towards the peak of the ETF FTDs. And because some of them fall on Friday, obviously selling calls into this Friday is very risky, right? I think I'm significantly later to Revlon than DFE was to GME in 2020. Revlon right now is probably most comparable to GME in October of 2020. October, November, like that range. It generates FTDs faster than GME does, though, because of the low float. I put your credit card back in the safe, man. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Reposition what? Your Jan calls? Probably the $10 calls. What expectations do you have for ETF FTDs on Rev? I thought there were only 80K shares in VTI. Oh, that reminds me. So VTI has 341,000 shares. Likely due to the price increase over the last few days, but now the current number, ETF DB will tell you 80,000. But it's not correct. The fund has 341,000 shares now. It's still only in one ETF, but they do have 341,000 shares. Remember, they can use those every single day. And if they, if they make the fund whole again, they can use it twice. It's expensive, but they can. So, you could have 350 to 600 or 900,000 fails per day on VTI. Does MM now need to hedge all the in the money calls they bought yesterday? No, they exercise them immediately. That's how reversal trades work. You buy a call and a put, you exercise the call, then you exercise the put. It's not that I think they're going to be huge, but I think they'll generate price improvement that could keep the price of the stock elevated for a few more days, or possibly create another like bullish push. If I see IV start to drop off, then I'll consider shedding the Jans and then moving back into them later. Like take profit and then reposition. I still think, it's going to move hardest on OPEX, right? So we have like 2 weeks till that happens. Yes, I do still believe that the potential is unchanged for Revlon to squeeze. It's like an FTD squeeze, not necessarily a short squeeze, but the shorts are pretty underwater. Yeah, it's not really the same long value play as GME. Obviously, like it's not something I'm particularly interested in holding. There could be a scenario, where they move to clear the majority of their debt, and that would be attractive because they do have decent revenue. They're not a bad company. I mean, they've been around forever, right? Um, their revenues are pretty good. I think they kind of fell behind in popularity and, maybe relegated themselves to the back of dying department stores, which obviously didn't help their business during the pandemic. But I do think that like the company doesn't lack potential. Like it's not bad, especially if they get their debt cleared. Like it's not something I would hate owning, you know. The beauty industry generates trillions of dollars a year in revenue, hundreds of billions at least. Yeah, those are just the ETF fails, Gabs. And with the volume that was seen back in June, those fails may be far more extensive than you would think. But the theta on those contracts isn't going to affect the value of the contract in a few weeks. And no, no, not at all, because they're leaps. I'm more concerned with the market maker pricing down IV, right? Because that's really all they're valued on right now. And you see the market maker just priced down IV by like 22% just now. If the market maker is going to price down IV and the contract's going to fall back to like $50, right? I'm just going to buy it back at 50, sell it, at this much higher cost basis, and take the like 200% profits. I mean, if this tracks with the way GameStop follows like its OPEX cycles, then I would expect IV crush between August 10th and August 19th. And yeah, I'm not gonna hold them through the IV crush. That would be stupid. Rev needs to reinvent their brand. Yeah, I agree. NS, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. AMED, there's, honestly, there's like 70 shitty little stocks squeezing right now. They're probably all going to follow a similar pattern to what we would expect on GameStop. Does it matter that XRT is on RegSHO? Yes, but for reasons that are not transparent. See you later, Dark. Have a good day, dude. 47.3 PMI versus 47 expected. Okay. Was it expected to come in that? I mean, that's not a huge miss. Uh, Yeah, 40 forecast was, well, the composite PMI. So ISM's PMI isn't out yet, but the S&P global services and global composite PMI, both beat. Those are beats, right? Try to remember how they scale it. Yeah, so forecast is 47, came in at 47.3, and then forecast 47.5, came in at 47.7. ISM non-manufacturing PMI is the one that matters, though. This is interesting. Oh, they're trying to crush IV. Curious. Yeah, they're starting to price down IV. I see it. It was August 12th. 10. So, uh, this is a good time to take profits, I think. So I'm going to take some. I mean, I'm selling $35 calls. They're going to short the fuck out of it right now. If you want to bag hold and through the dip, go for it. But buying back at the bottom is a lot more powerful. Good time to take gains on GME Jan 35C or wait until tomorrow. I don't know. It depends. If the market keeps pushing up today, GME's like could be fine. And then there's more ETF FTDs coming in. So if the price stabilizes in the 37.50 range, you might as well wait. Good time to buy Rev shares. Yeah, they're pretty cheap right now. I'll roll those gains into averaging down. Yeah. And that's all I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna buy back in with the profits at the bottom. Let him short it. Who gives a shit? What price can we expect from these days? ETF FTDs? I think the top target probably around $40. I don't think we'll hit like Gamma Max. That seems pretty unlikely, which is not far away, right? It's at like 42. I have yesterday's here, but I don't have the update for today yet. I don't know where JFresh is. Does shorting create more obligations in the future? Yep. Any idea where the bottom could be on Rev? I mean, they got it down to $5 last time. I'd expect they'll aim for that again. How rip my calls? I made like fucking $47,000. Oh yeah, rip. Fucking asshat. Uh, I thought they had no liquidity off RegSHO today, right? They don't have a lot though. There's, no shares available to borrow. They can short with puts and, 350,000 shares from VTI. So it is limited. Nope, it's 340,000. They increased their shareholding. It's not reported on ETFDB though. So if you go look at like the two ETF database websites, they both listed it as 80,000. But if you go look at the fund website, they listed it 341. So if they mark long, they have the usual 35, yada yada. Yep. What effect will the 10 million in the money calls have, and when will that be realized? Oh, it won't really have an effect, right? It'll just roll over the fails that they used to get it off of RegSHO, right? That's all it does, right? Is it clears fails, generates volume for CNS. It's the same shit they do on GameStop to keep GameStop from going on RegSHO. Same fucking exchange, too. Are you gonna buy back into Jan 35s? Yeah. CDA only allowing closing on Rev. Yeah, I heard that yesterday, but then people were also buying it. I think it was like the non-standard strikes that they were PCOing. IBKR, I heard the same issue. 35C is still before September 16th, unless they also do RegShare to get it past those options. Yeah, I know. It's still before September 16th. It's always Susquehanna, isn't it? Yeah, tricky fucks. I'm holding some 9 and 10 for September, now at a loss. Do these have a future or take my losses? I mean, it seems like you can take the losses and try to reposition at a cheaper price, but it depends on how close to the money you are. Like, I got rid of the August because they were August. If they were further out, I probably would have held them through the dip. Is that all they had on Rev? Possibly. What date at 10 rev calls would capture OPEX moves? Well, OPEX is going to be after August 19th. So the most liquid contracts after that are September and January. Been buying on IBKR, no issues. See, and I've heard both. I bought on IBKR after the report. My PCO notices happen for everything but buying shares for about 5 minutes. Interesting. I wonder if it's a restriction on margin accounts. What price are you looking for to enter Jan 35Cs? They're currently at 0.7. Back in the like 0.3, 0.5 range. Yeah, I sold them all. I kept the shares. I didn't sell the shares at all, but the options I closed. I'll buy them back. Now it's letting me buy on TDA again. Okay. I think September 9th, 9.5 is good. Why 9th? Why not September? So why not go with the monthly contract on the 16th? Like you're just I'm gonna reiterate this because I think a lot of people don't understand it and ask really frequently. I am never gonna prefer a weekly contract over the monthly contract. Weekly contracts suck. They have wide spreads, low liquidity. No one buys them. Did you keep the Rev Leaps? No, that's what they were pricing down. I didn't sell my shares. By selling them, I've already ensured that I can buy significantly more now. Right? What if your plan is to exercise those? I guess that's different. Then it doesn't really matter so much. Do you sell weeklies for GME? ISM services 56.7, expecting 53.7. Ooh. That's a pretty good bump, actually. Is that the biggest expansion? That's the biggest expansion since what, Feb? Or July? No. 3 months. April was 6. That's pretty good, actually. That's bullish. Services expand. Huh. Very low volume on Rev. Yeah, they're crushing the IV. Good way to know when to buy back into Rev. Wait for them to crush IV. Remember, they want to short the IV. It's profitable. IV is way up. Very, very nice short IV target. Services are not expanding. They're just twice as expensive. Yeah, well, you know. Are you still in your SPY short position? Yeah. Price target for the 35s? I mean, I sold them at like 120. Some sold at 115. Like what price target to get back into them? 0.5 or less. Probably start DCAing back into them around 0.5. Try to like aim for like an average of around 0.35, 0.4. GME to 50 end of day? I don't know about that. Maybe good IV barometers for Rev. Just look at the contract price. I mean, the volume's gonna tell. No, Rev's not done. This is just the beginning of it. It's like nobody read your DD or something. I mean, they didn't understand it, and they're also panicky. Panicky and emotional. Some price action on Revlon from ETF FTDs, although I don't know how much that's going to drive implied volatility, right? On GameStop, usually the boost to implied volatility from ETF FTDs is minimal, and then they crush it again before OPEX. Because when they're moving into cover, right, on the OPEX date, they want to drop IV as low as possible before they cover. How would you position yourself if you want to short IV? I mean, you can just sell naked calls. Makeup fetish is too much. Buy. Buy? I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Just put your buy orders in for 35 now and let the IV come to you. Ooh. Jan $8 strikes or PCO on TDA. What about the 10s? What data source are you using for the new Dix picks and such and the daily DD? TV. Actually beat earnings and is down. Good lesson to watch out for earnings plays. I did not play it. Smart. Rev Jan 35 COI went from like 1.5k yesterday to 24k today. Nice. To 1.5k tomorrow. Yeah, I would wait on CSPs. Yeah, it really shows who wasn't around for December 2020 or Jan 2021. Yeah, it does. Is this a good entry for Rev shares? It's not a bad price, but it could be better. Slept in this morning. What happened with Rev? Well, don't trade and then sleep in. All my calls are red now. Yeah, they're crushing IV because they got it off RegSHO. We'll see how long they can keep it off RegSHO, but with the volume this low, it's not going to be generating a lot of FTDs. Wash sales only affect you if you sold for a loss, correct? Yeah. What price are you looking to re-enter Rev 35C? I just said that. 0.5 to 0.3 DCA. I mean, it's not really, it's generally not the broker decision. Usually PCO comes from OCC. If Rev MOASS is today, big sad for me. I don't think it's going to MOASS today. They went to all that effort to get it off RegSHO. They didn't do it for it to short squeeze today. Dollar cost average, Matthew Huffman. So if I start buying Revlon 35C leaps, right, over the next like 2 weeks, you know, over this time, my average will be somewhere in the mid range. Saying average down is easier than DCA. Really? Because one of those is 2 words and the other's 3 letters. What about Rev FTDs due today? Would they influence price action? Sure. But there's no forced settlement because they pulled it off RegSHO. Instead of DCA, you could just say ah. These things are not so quick that you can't jump back in. People need to stop being scared of missing out. Yeah. You recommend a good cheap broker alternative to Revolut in the UK. IBKR's pretty good. DMs? Ooh. We have datas? But you didn't DM me. Oh. I got it. Don't worry about it. Or they have pulled it off RegSHO 1 or 2 days ago. Did they want the pump to short vol? I mean, it helps. No, I don't think they did. I don't think that was ideal for them. RegSHO on equities is not good for people that are short the equity. It's fine on ETFs, but on equities, it's really, really risky. Back on RegSHO if we get 3 million plus tomorrow and Friday. Very well could be, yeah. I don't know how long they'll be able to keep it off of RegSHO. They kept GME off RegSHO from October to December. But GME was in, you know, GME was an IWM at the time, so it was super, super fucking liquid on the ETF side. I don't know if they'll be able to pull the same shit with Revlon because the float's only 7 million and the shares available to borrow are fucking non-existent. Seems like they looked at the upcoming FTDs and said, we have to dodge these days. Yeah. We need 300k fails a day for 5 days on Rev. I don't even think it's 300k, dude. It's uh Is it times 0.005? Yeah. I think it's like 30,000 fails a day. Yeah, 38,875 fails a day. So does being off RegSHO mean that 12 trading days is no longer the cutoff? Yes. Nice try, Iron Archer. That can't be right. That's like nothing. The float is fucking infinitesimally small. It's oh no, it's shares outstanding actually. So it's hold on. That's not right either. It's 0.05% of the shares outstanding. Which is 54,000 or 54 million rather. 0.005. 272,000 a day. Sorry. There we go. Yeah, 272,000. Ah, Jesus Christ. Aren't 95% of the shares outstanding insider owned? It's like 84%, like 84.4%. Total 0.1K watching, 200 likes. I think there's more likes than that, dude. You probably just need to refresh. Still very small if we assume that 40% of the daily continues to be failed. Yeah. Yeah, it's 272,000. You know, while I'm at it, I should figure out what GME's fails per day are required now. 304 million shares outstanding times 0.005. So Jamie needs to now fail 1.522 million per day for 5 consecutive days. Should write that down. Ah, fuck it. So Jimmy and Rev touch than MOASS? No. My 401k shares stopped out at 780. Revlon shares? What shares? Spy dying? Is that a lower high now? Hawker's talking, right? No, 10 minutes. Hold on. Yeah, it looks like another lower high. If it fails the test here. 1, 2, 3, like quadruple top. Doesn't look super bearish yet, but not too dissimilar from this period back here, right? This was how many days? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so probably stays in line with that, like an end of this week, towards the middle of next week. It's a quad top. It's a bull flag. Sure. We're not really seeing lower lows though. So the downside consolidation wouldn't imply that, but it's more like a pennant. Bull flags don't really exist on that long of a time frame, or they're not as reliable. NSCC OCC rule change in the last 1.5 years prevent a sneeze event for Rev. No, Rev's not really like a like I don't think they have like a lot of volatility swaps on them or anything. So that like that exception for volatility swap hedging, um, that affects GME a lot because GME has a lot of volatility swaps on it, or it used to. I don't know about like I don't know how that much that would affect Revlon. Revlon's more of like an FTD squeeze. Wait, I'm serious? I know, I'm seriously not telling you. Should we put puts on Rev now? I mean, for what? The $2 downside? While IV crashes? It doesn't seem worthwhile. There's BBBY dying again. Nothing's dying or coming to life. We're not in the right part of the cycle for there to be surges in liquidity, right? Read the DD from last night. Jesus Christ. Cap below 182, good entry point still. Might as well wait at this point. And at least confirm that it's returning back around. And we're moving into SLD and stuff. I don't know. I'm not really interested in playing the long side of much right at the moment. Does Rev also have ETF FTDs coming up? Yeah. I was looking at 916 cat 200C. If I can't get the contract for 1.4, if I can get the contract for 1.4 September, that'd probably be sufficient, but 200's awfully bullish. Will you stream the Fed? It's just Hawker. It's not like a meeting or anything. He's doing some like interview somewhere. Jan 35 down to 0.6 and dropping. I know. Do you determine the next resistance for Revlon based on volume? If so, how far back do you go and why? The next resistance, like to the downside for Rev? I don't really have anything drawn. Probably just psychological ones. Like 750, 7, 650. Yeah, those all line up. Jimmy's still only at 2 million volume. You gonna play APDM or is it too late? It's a little chasey. It kind of seems like you're hinting that if these smaller stocks squeeze, they can ignite GME. No, that's not what I'm hinting at. I'm just saying that they're the most illiquid, so they're squeezing first. As more and more liquidity dries up across the market, bigger and bigger stocks can start squeezing. Can you sell all the junk stocks? I don't know if I can yet. Yesterday I couldn't sell them because they weren't settled yet. It'd be nice to get them the fuck out of here. Mm. Oh yeah, I think that gets rid of all of them. At least Rev will have SSR tomorrow. Yeah. No, I'm just trying to get rid of all these fucking fractional shares WeBull keeps giving me. You expecting Gex from Rev's Monday run today? No, not really. Is 35 still your conservative price target for OPEX on Revlon, or do you think it will need more time now that it's off RegSHO? I mean, it'll depend on if it goes back on RegSHO or not. Also, 35 was not a conservative price target. 35 was where I think it could get. It could go much higher, potentially. But, conservative price target would be like 15, 16. I think Gamma Max on Revlon somewhere around like $11. Of course, that could change. Thank you for selling CSPs on Rev Strike, $5 for August 19 to build my small portfolio. Might not be terrible. How much are those? That's, oh, sorry, that's GME. Revlon, August 19 puts. 5. Not terrible. I mean, the money's good. It's a $500 buy with 10% return on capital. Well, roughly. Probably like 4.5 to 4.8% return on capital. If IV crushes over the next week, then you'll probably be able to buy those back far sooner. It's insane watching Pickle Man 2 days in a row. Guys, two different people, completely different outlook on Rev. Heads up for the chat. When Pickle Man goes long, you go short. I mean, you wouldn't make any money going short. You would have made 300% going long. Also, welcome to the fucking stock market, dude. Shit changes. You need to, too. If you can't fucking adapt to the changes in the market, you're gonna lose money. I'm not in love with any stock. I like some of them more than others. But I'm not gonna bag hold anything. Maybe AMD. I don't know. My cost basis on AMD is really low. I kind of... Something terrible would have to happen to the company for me to lose any money there. I think the SPY will keep chopping sideways until SLD, unless some big catalyst happens. Possible. We have CPI next week, so we'll see how that comes in. That could be pretty damaging. That could start potentially a downtrend. And it's not like the SPY's hitting higher highs right now, right? Nothing's changed. I mean, it's still nothing but short positions being built at the top. I love people that are sounding like, I've been following him, but suddenly Gurkha's talking about other stocks. This means he's a shill. Like, where the fuck have you been during all the other plays? I'm really not sure. Are you that confident to sell all your Rev for 5? No, I'm gonna keep my shares. I sold covered calls on them. You just adapt, right? And when the options are cheap again, I'll buy them back. came off RegSHO this morning. Is that guy kidding me? That's the intelligence? Yeah. Some people are just fucking stupid. What if I get my boyfriend to hold my bag and he can put his lipstick in there for storage? Does that make me a bag holder? I have 200 shares of Jimmy with a cost basis of $45. Should I sell calls to lower my cost basis or wait for a run? I mean, you could sell calls at 45, but you know, this isn't the most profitable time to do that. Are you a cat? No. My covered outs are down 500%. Did I do something wrong? I tried reinstalling Robinhood. Thoughts? Wait, what? Nice, Archer. Define cheap for rev options. Those Jan 35s can drop as low as like 0.2. Entered your WCC yet? Yeah, I bought into that yesterday. Remember for that one, that's just exposure, right? They may not have bad revenue this quarter. We may have to wait till like next quarter. So I'm simply buying puts. I'm gonna see what happens at earnings. If nothing, if like they beat on revenue again, I'm just gonna sell puts sell the puts the next day. So I'm just getting exposure to the potential downside when and if it comes. Probably meant to say puts. Oh, maybe. But how could you be down 500% on covered puts? You could only be down 100%. Covered outs are tricky. What's on September 16, 19? Maybe. Are they cheaper? They were kind of fucking pricey yesterday. They went up 1,600%. It was my girlfriend's money. I would leave it to this chat to be down 500% on pre-hedged options. Hi, everyone. I just want to say for the record, today's title card should read, "Don't hate me because I'm beautiful." Ah, interesting. Thank you, Laura. Get your Dan. What do you think a good price to buy rev shares before OPEX is? I mean, I think if it falls back to like that $5 to $4.80 range in the next 2 weeks, I'm gonna double down my share position. So up to like 12K shares. How long do you think shorting will be sustained on Revlon? I mean, I don't think there's all that much shorting going on based on the volume. But it's having the effect they want, right? It's getting people to sell shares. I don't think that helps them. They're still in a shit position, but missed the boat on exiting my August rev calls. Average down now or cut losses? Kind of a toss-up to me if they'll keep it low or it pops back within the next week. It's a good question. The only thing I think that would make it pop back during the next week is like the ETF FTDs, and since it's only in one ETF, I mean, it could generate some price action, but probably more of a stabilizing effect as they're trying to crush IV right now. So it may, support prices in the range of like $6.50 to $7, depending on how far it falls today. And then into next week, I expect them to try to slam it as hard as they can before OPEX. I expect them to do the same on GME. Is rent included in shelter? Yeah, rent is one of the core inflation metrics. Like rent and home prices. I'm seeing 11th on TradingView. Yeah, Rev earnings are on the 11th. With them shorting Rev down, shouldn't that also lower NAV and VTI? Yes. It very well could lower the amount of Revlon that VTI contains. Ugh. We're selling BBY calls if they're profitable. We are about to get slammed. BBBY, I might wait. Like, I'm gonna wait on GME. I'm probably gonna wait on BBBY. Both of those have far more ETF FTD exposure. Revlon, I didn't care about selling covered calls because I don't think the ETF FTD exposure is going to generate that much price action. I was worried yesterday my calls were all green, but the universe is corrected and my portfolio is once again a bloodbath. I can breathe easy. Jesus Christ, what is wrong with people and not just exiting shit and taking profits? Since I backheld my options down 50%, should I cut them now or hold since they're for 2023? I mean, if you're already down, you might as well just try like just averaging and wait for the next IV pump. BBBY was a good entry at 11. It was cheaper than Cohen's cost basis, right? $4 cheaper than Cohen's cost basis. You can sell covered calls at 200% IV. Real diamond handing is waiting for the bottom to buy back in. Yep. Took a bath on the 35C dip, but if they drop to 0.3 or 0.4, I'll be able to buy 2 times as many. Yeah, that's kind of my plan. I'm just going to buy even more of them. When's a good re-entry point for Revlon? We'll see. Next few days. Probably next, like going into the end of next week, we'll start to see how this is going to play out a little better. We'll see if it goes back on RegSHO or not. Are there any outside catalysts that could ignite Rev? Yeah, they could get acquired. Do you have bad luck? I don't think so. It is. Were you there for early GME 2021? Gurk, set stop losses. Chat, Gork, I'm down 92%. What do? HKD dump? That was inevitable, right? Pretty much all these complainers day yesterday, 9:30 a.m. Gurk said by Jan 35s. 1 p.m. bought $20 weeklies. Today, why did Gurk mislead me? Yeah, that sounds pretty accurate. Looking for an exit for my $8 819 calls. So far? Did they ever do their reverse split? I mean, it's right at resistance right now. Volume looks good. It might continue to push up. I could see it clearing, potentially clearing $8. So you might be able to get in the money. Good thing you have that clip about what to do with your bags, because it's now relevant. It's always relevant. Pretty much all these complainers day yesterday. Oh, yeah. Just joined. Rev is off RegSHO. How did that happen? They exercised like $10 million in puts or calls, like in the money calls on the Philly Floor Exchange yesterday, and probably cleared out whatever FTDs were necessary to clear in order to get it off of RegSHO. I don't think it'll stay off of RegSHO for long, but it is off of it right now. My $2 fractional share of HKD is now $1. We lived through the spurt swings at these low prices. Rev is no different. I agree, yeah. Please take responsibility for my investments. Thanks. Sorry, Carl, I can't do that. Bid currently at 55. Yeah, they're kind of stabilizing a little bit. Rev was off RegSHO on Monday also. Was it? That's interesting. I didn't see that gap. Hold on. No, it was on Monday. Wait. Friday or 29th? It was on the 29th. No, it wasn't. Yeah, it was definitely on RegSHO on the 1st. 13 days on RegSHO, right? And then they cycle it off. That way they avoid the locate requirements. It's the same thing they did to GME in October in 2020. Oh, the exceptional case with COS. So with COS and DDS, they're just exposed to the liquidity dumps. And both stocks are so illiquid that it triggers runs on them. But the amount of fails and short positions on them are basically insignificant. And in Casa's case, there's no volatility to short, right? If you want to laugh, HKD just had the rug pull. Missed the stream yesterday. Chased Rev today. Am I too late? You're still very early. I wrote a whole DD about why things are squeezy in the market last night. How did people not see this as a... I literally talked about how it could go back to $5 yesterday. No, I said nothing can stop it squeezing except insider selling. You are misquoting me. If Reg is put back on RegSHO, when's the soonest we would know? I mean, it updates every night at like, what, 10 p.m. I think it is? Eastern? I decided to hold my September Rev monthlies because I had good fills. I thought I had enough. I think I have enough theta. Thought I had enough theta. Dumb move or dumber move? I mean, it depends on how much you were up, I guess. If you left like 400% profits on the table, that's kind of dumb. How do they crush IV? Keep the price within a small window? Yeah, small window, low volume. If you're in and you're underwater on like leaps, just wait for OPEX. If you took profits, wait for the bottom and buy even more contracts. Or don't. Other than shorter settlement time, what other effects does RegSHO have on Revlon? They can't sell short without a pre-locate, which is difficult, right? It means they have to churn volume through market makers in order to short the stock. Currently holding 26 September 9th, 10C on Rev. I've bought enough time. I'm currently down 30% after being up nicely yesterday. September 9th, 10C. Interesting. That's the weekly. How's the liquidity in that strike? And if you have a good fill, and you can average down a little bit. Didn't someone in here buy 20K worth of HKD yesterday? Wait, seriously? Why? FTD data still looks nuts unless I missed something. No. You didn't miss anything. It's still generating massive numbers of fails. It was off on the first Monday, second Tuesday. Okay, it was on RegSHO this Monday. Do I need to show you? Here's August 1st. Here's July 29th, 28th, 27th. I can keep going back. It just stays on here. All the way back to the 22nd when it was put on. Check HKD for giggles. I mean, it's not funny if people lose money. Jesus fucking Christ. Those are some fucking hefty bags. It hit 2,500 yesterday? What the fuck? I mean, this is probably AMTD dumping their bags, right? Don't they own, like, the whole company? I'd fucking sell. These are, like, companies that don't even have working websites, and people are, like, full port YOLOing into them at $2,000 a share. Is Rev dead? Are we all bag holders, or have we had one bad morning? That's just not a good morning, right? I don't think Rev's dead. If you think Rev's dead, don't play it. I don't give a shit. Is now a good time to load up on Rev 19Cs? No. No, it's not a good time to load up on weekly $19 calls. If they grab 10 million shares and the calls executed on the Philly exchange floor, that would mean whoever sold those calls is on the hook for 10 million FTDs, right? Yeah. $12.5 Jan calls sold. On which? It's probably just someone selling covered calls. 12.5 wouldn't be deep. Is that in GME or? Thanks, Jay Gills. A lot of fucking super stonkers in there today. In here today. Is this Rev rug pull or continue to hold leaps? If you can average down leaps, I mean, I sold the leaps. I'm gonna buy them back, right? I didn't feel like giving the market maker my profits. If you didn't sell your leaps profitably and you've held through the drop, I would suggest probably averaging down, or maybe just waiting, because they're fucking leaps. Smoth Brain, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. You said it's risky about 1,000,000 times yesterday, too. People only hear the bullish stuff.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat,
I'm confused why no one repositioned when you were like, hey, they're crushing IV. I think they're gonna short the heck out of it. I'm selling all my Januaries. Yeah, I mean, I guess that statement wasn't obvious enough.
Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trade trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on both. Sell the Elliott way.
What GME?
Yo.
Didn't you get assigned on all your GME like 3 weeks ago? Do you know what the cost basis is of insiders for Revlon? No. Like, the guys who own 84% of it? I think they've owned the company forever. I'd imagine it's probably low. It's like a French company that was started like decades and decades ago. Thank you so much, Bithead. Great TD last night. Might have answered already, but if it gets riskier for volatility sellers Why don't they just take their ball and go home? Well, because once they've generated volatility, it's a very attractive profit potential, right? And to take their ball and go home, they would essentially have to generate volatility and then walk away. And that's very unlikely to happen. Selling a volatility is a self-reinforcing position, right? Like shorting volatility makes you want to short volatility more. And because the size of the positions is so large, you can't simply just walk away from all of them at once, right? They can, but that will create, you know, an influx of liquidity and volatility all of its own. Are they currently generating FTDs at the same rate as you described yesterday? Yeah, I don't think a lot of liquidity has been provided to them today. A little bit, right? But not a lot. Hmm. Interesting. I would also like to add that the market has been open for 1.5 hours. Yeah. My Jans. How will I absorb this theta decay through August OPEX? Good question. Hmm. I didn't miss your super chat. I answered. Did you not hear me? Let me know, Apoca, later. Are Jimmy and Rev inverse in terms of price action? Well, they're not the same stock. Rev is just starting. Most of that loan is forgivable. They basically just got bailed out. 304% short, crazy cost to borrow, and days to cover. Yeah, I know. Believe me, I'm not walking away from Revlon. 2,000 watching, 400 SS hate watchers. Probably. A lot of people are really mad about the DD last night. They've spoken out. Rev is going to pump to over 10 end of week. Cool. I have 100 shares of Revlon bids, but I had less but decided to add more on the dip. Now I can sell a covered call, woot woot. Nice. It feels good to know I'm not the only idiot who tries to trade and gets completely destroyed. How does Rev set up for August OPEX look? I think it looks really good. That statement got me out with 300% profit. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, it was nice. Very nice profits. If that situation, do you just market sell your calls? No. I mean, I just sold them at a low limit, like at the bid. There's plenty of liquidity in that strike, so it wasn't hard to get a fill. But I get all tingly when you say super risky. Hmm. Is it too late to get rev calls? It could be too early. It's kind of in between. Like, did you miss yesterday's run? Yes. Is it too early to get them for the next run? Possibly. I think it is. I'm going to hold off a little bit. Doesn't bringing down the price via shorting drive the IV up? Not if you do it on very low volume, very, very slowly. Mad about the latest DD, same like mad at facts. They don't like to have their belief system challenged. How close are we to the next run? MOASS, in your opinion? I think August looks pretty good. There's a bit of a compressive effect on GME right now due to the massively illiquid environment that it's trading in. So we're seeing like consistent upside. I don't really know how that's going to play out going into August OPEX. I think they're dumping liquidity into the stock at a faster and faster rate in order to maintain a low fail to volume ratio, but I still think they're failing very consistently on GameStop right now. So like that process that I described in the DD last night, if you read it, where, you know, they dump liquidity, short vol, dump liquidity, short vol. You know, they do this, they've done this in the past quarterly. On OPEXs, right? But what we're seeing since like June 8th is a much faster like liquidity flow, right? So, you know, they dump liquidity short vol, dump liquidity short vol, but they're doing it much quicker. And this is preventing, you know, obligations from building up. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to avoid a high fail to volume ratio on GMA. I don't think they're succeeding at it, right? Because people keep buying it, and that creates a problem for them. But they are trying to avoid building up large numbers of obligations, and I think that's why, like, you know, we saw June kind of peter out in that weird run into the split, right? Is they're trying to avoid building up too many obligations at once. You know, GameStop over the last 3 months has been at risk of going on RegSHO, what, 3 times, I believe? Which is the highest we've seen since 2020. What's more promising for August OPEX, GME or Rev? It's hard to say. The next FTD report would be nice. Rev builds up FTDs in a very different way than GameStop, though. Rev build, like yesterday and the day before, Rev generated obscene numbers of FTDs, right? GME really just, it kind of just grinds them up on low volume. August OPEX takes, the settlement of August OPEX takes place the week after the expiration, yes. I'm gonna hold my bags because they're pretty. Also, they're leaps. Yeah, I mean, the worst position you've gotten yourself into with leaps is you're down a little bit. Or you bought at the fucking top, and that's your own fault. Facts and logic make me upset. What's the best way for me to trade given these limitations? Oh, Jesus. I bought 700 shares at 1040 because I'm an idiot. What's a good strategy to get into a better position? You can sell covered calls on those. You can wait and see if there's a bump from these ETF FTDs over the next couple days. And try to get back out from underwater. Is that gonna break 10? I'll buy these fuckers back. Mm-hmm. Oh, they're internalizing again? Or is the market just fucking stagnant? No, they're internalizing. Oh, cover calls are not great. Yep, fuck that. If you're an idiot and bought Rev 1910C near their peak yesterday and missed the call to get out during the IV crush, would you average those down now or in the next few days? Or get out and roll out and average down? I would get out and roll out and average down, right? Because your expiration is before okay, so you could wait for the ETF FTDs and see what happens. I don't think they'll be sufficient to run the prices hard. So from 4 to 10, same as GME, ETF FTDs, with the concentration being on 5 and 8. If you don't hit your target price at this point, I would want more theta. I would want like September or January. What was last night's DD? Go read it. What about the DD made them upset? I'm not sure. Do super suckers just watch your profile for something to get mad at? Probably. Gingerball says the shorts are gone. Is he a shill? I mean, yes, but not because he says the shorts are gone. What's a good time to sell CCs on GME before the August OPEX? CCs GME before August OPEX. Next, like next Tuesday, Wednesday, probably. I keep selling CCs and CSVs on GME and buying more GME. It's great. It's pretty fucking awesome, isn't it? I think there will be a day in the future, internally or externally, where SS realizes that you've been right all along and they've been living in denial. Thanks for all you do, Girk. It happens a little bit every day, Dominic. And then they come over here and then they're like, nope, that's FUD. And then 3 months later, they come back and they go, oh, I guess it wasn't. It's a slow process of, denial and acceptance, but over time. Do you think September OPEX for GME has more potential than August? Maybe, yes. Because I expect that if there were obligations generated by the, like the share dividend split, they would be pushed out in ETF forward contracts to the next futures expiration period, which is September. Rev's off RegSHO. They pulled it off RegSHO last night. Meme and DM. This is perfect, Fluffy. Well done. Thank you, Hestia. Is 5 Rev leaps enough to make me a trillionaire or a billionaire? Maybe like a thousandaire? Still waiting for Rev to bleed out IV a bit? Yeah, I think so. Remember, they short IV, right? So, all you're doing is waiting for them to finish shorting. Okay, this is driving me nuts. As much as I love 1069. 389 limit buy. Yeah. Please, for the love of God, go up. Oh yeah, I forgot you're still sitting in weeklies, turd. I hope it does. 1269, dude. We get it right. You expect a rise in price and IV of Bobby due to ETF FTDs until Monday. No, ETF FTDs from the 4th to the 10th. Stagnation tanking until the stock FTDs start on the 12th. There's no stock FTDs on the 12th. Just stagnation and down until OPEX. How much are these? Jesus Christ, they're still pricing in so much fucking delta on these. Ooh. No way I get those that cheap, right? No, more patience. I don't need anything right now, right? How much are August 5th fives? Puts. That's not worth it. 7? Buy at 650. 4 of these. 12. So those 95. $6. $600. Interesting. Internalizing bullish? Could be, yeah. I think mostly they're just trying to keep volume off of it. Ooh, what's the dark pool look like today? Oh, it's not gonna show it. Awesome. Revlon. Price action. Revlon's still at 64.6% off exchange volume. That's a lot. That's still almost as high as yesterday. Just selling out of the money CCs, just still in the ropes. Next run, I'll try a more profitable strategy. My question is, why not sell leaps? Does the price not move enough to buy back cheaper? The theta decay is too slow, right? You want to sell theta, but you want it to drive down. So like when you start selling past like 45, 30 days to expiration, like you're getting a lot of upfront theta, right? But it's not decaying very quickly. You're gonna have to wait a very long time for that theta value to decay out of it. Whereas if you're selling, under 30 DTE, the rate of theta decay is very rapid, which as a call buyer is disadvantageous, but as a call seller is amazing. I found the unsecured notes due 2024 on Revlon. Oh, nice. So they're unsecured? That's bullish. Did you post them in the Concord? Oh, nice. 5.75 notes due for 2024 for 75 cents on the dollar. Oh, someone's very short hedging their fucking notes, huh? That's interesting. The cost average is $10. Buy more now or wait? I mean, buying more now would lower your cost basis by 25%. Well, 12.5% if you bought an equal number of shares. If you had a CB at 45 on GME, would you sell CCs now if you wanted to get out? Or do you have confidence we'd see that price in the nearish future? I think it's very possible for us to see like 40, at least 40-ish, into like next week. $5 million Bobby FTDs due from 12/16 August, taken from Stoxera. Yeah, market makers generally don't mark shit long. I want to be pretty upfront about that. The MM generally clears any FTDs they have within T+4. They don't fuck around, right? It puts their position at risk as a participant that wants to stay primarily neutral. There's really no reason for them to kick much out 35 days. The ETFs are a different story because those can be cash settled and they don't take any risk by waiting until the last possible moment to settle those FTDs. But relying on market maker FTDs into the future, slim chance. And remember that the total you're getting there it's a rolling total, right? So, if you have 3 million FTDs one day and then 1.8 million the next, they're already cleared. Right? Like that extra like 1.2 million FTDs are cleared. And if then the day following that, you have 100,000, that means that the rest of them are all cleared. Cleared or marked long. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they can do both. And they do mark some long, but I don't think the majority of market maker FTDs are being marked long frequently. Which is one of the other reasons we see very little effect from MM FTD periods. Can you take down your sign, warnings against ghosting your plays blindly? It's making it hard to see your positions to blindly ghost. Yeah, I know. DP on Revlon 65. Or I have 64.26, but did you pick up any CA this week? Testing and support, entry after breakdown. I picked up like 100 shares. And I sold a CSP $5 below. Well, now $2 below. I probably won't get assigned on the CSP. But I'm just kind of trying. I think I kind of want to buy into this long. The company looks like really decent. I think they have some serious growth potential. So I was thinking, like, the yield's not great. It's like 1%, but I was thinking about picking up like maybe like 1,000 shares. Like, I'm just DCAing though. My girlfriend broke up with me this morning after seeing my rev losses. Thanks for all that you do. We really appreciate it. Nice. Tell her to mind her own fucking business. When DD on SS about you being a BlackRock employee? Isn't there one? I thought that's how this all started. After MOASS, dark pool trading will cease. Yeah, no it won't. Nobody told me that trading stocks would require so many decisions. You knew that. When DD on SS... Oh. Unsecured, insecured. Yeah, I heard about Robinhood firing a quarter of its staff. Looking strong to break past 413. No, not particularly. Is this yesterday's high just all over again? 15 minute? What was yesterday's high? Yeah, it just went over 413.04. I don't know. Maybe if it bounces off the 30. This kind of like ascending wedge that it's in isn't very bullish right now. If this stabilizes in the higher range and bounces up again in tests, that'd be a little more bullish. But if it falls back down, like to there, or well, even where it's at, honestly, like this isn't very bullish. It's like a rising wedge. They usually break down. Although the SPY gets really volatile around resistance points like that, so be careful trying to pick a side. Should I buy more puts on that? Every time I look at the SPY, I just want to buy more puts. It's like a problem. I think it still has really strong potential in August. I don't know if it's gonna squeeze in August. The shifting on RegSHO looks a lot like what happened with GME back in October of 2021 or 2020. So GME was on RegSHO for 13 days in October of 2020. And then they got it off RegSHO, and then it went into like December earnings off RegSHO, and then after December earnings it went back on RegSHO, or after the December futures expiration it went back on RegSHO and stayed on through Feb 3rd, I believe. So some of this like shuffling looks a lot like GameStop last year, right? Although Revlon has a much higher fail to volume ratio. I should write it like that. Fail to volume ratio, and then also a much smaller float. GME was very, very liquid in ETFs last year, and just very liquid in general until Cohen's second buy-in. And so I wonder, like, I don't expect Revlon to behave exactly the same way, right? There's a lot of similarities, but they are still very different equities. Like, their liquidity is vastly different. GME had like 54 million shares float at that time last year. Revlon has 7.75 million, right? So these are obviously drastically different. So Revlon will either be more accelerated or within the same timeline. And that's still something we haven't determined yet. Yeah, that's to be expected. It can take a while for WeBull to update from a split. I remember after the NVIDIA split, it took like months before it fucking fixed it. Well, way too many August 390p last week and rolled out half my position to September. Sold the roll position for 30% gains yesterday and just bought more SPY puts. I learned a lot from you. Thanks. No problem, man. It's only down, what, 20%? Good recovery. Yeah, I rolled out to September also. I still have some August 395, mostly for CPI. If CPI falls short of, you know, my bearish expectations, though, I'll close those and wait for SLD with the Septembers. No volume. It's 5 million in 2 hours on a float of 7 million and an average trading volume for the last 12 months of 500K. Gaff, don't get them bullish, all right? They do really, really stupid things when they're bullish. It's best to come in strong with the disappointment, and then they get mad at you for being disappointed. Then they get more naturally bullish. But, you know, the thought process is better and extended over a longer period of time. What was IV at when you bought Rev Jan 35Cs? You know, honestly, I don't know what the fuck IV was at. I think it was like it was like 160 on them, 150. Gaff is bullish, so I sold my entire position in Revlon because Kava is mediocre. Okay. I'm not gonna argue that. I made 1.5 a K in one account, but lost 1K in another. Did I make money? Yes. You're up 0.5. So you're up 500 bucks. If Rev Dark Pool is 66%, what is the volume percent that is options hedging from Market Chameleon? Good question. I didn't look at that today. Not that it's always perfectly accurate, but it's saying 32.4% of today's volume is options hedging. So everything you're seeing on the lit exchange, all the trades you're seeing settled. I appreciate how much you genuinely care about us degens not messing up our trades, even if you don't owe us anything. I don't want people to lose money. That's never the plan. That's why like before I even sold my my leaps this morning, I told everyone they're crushing IV, I'm selling them instead of just selling them and front running, right? Expecting Rev to drop more today or tomorrow. I want Jan 35s for 50. I do too. I don't know. I hope they crush it more because I do want to buy more. God, if I could get them for 30 again, that'd be fucking amazing. You look at BBBY and give me some opium that'll do something soon. It looks fine. It's holding the $6. Shorts are slowly starting to capitulate. You just gotta wait. Wait, let people keep buying more, right? It's up $1. People are getting excited about it. Just wait for the grind, right? They've got to retail's not quick at grinding liquidity down. It takes us a really long time. What do you got for me, OG? Yeah, no, it is. You're not wrong, OG. There's thank you for that. But yeah, you're not wrong. It is a good opportunity. Leverage downside risk is not something I'm a fan of. I noticed that you did that, and honestly, big props to you. Most people would have just front run. I mean, I'm up like 50 grand, right? In one day. I don't need to front run anyone. Went from being up 100% on Rev yesterday to getting out with 10% gains. Green is green, so I'll take it. Yes. You still bullish on Rev? Very much so. When do you think is a good entry? Week of OPEX? Week before? Maybe the week of. It's tricky. There's FTDs that are kind of high falling into that period. Good question. Yeah, middle of the week before OPEX, generally speaking, before IV starts to bump again. So the typical pattern, which isn't always followed, but it is pretty consistent, is that IV will hit a low point again sometime between August 11th and August 17th. That's usually the low, like, pivot point for volatility. Okay, fuck this. I'm not gonna have exposure. That's bullshit. 0.6 June. 30s. 30, 90. There. Nice source engineering. Gen 23's holds at 50% after IV crash. I might just get addicted to cheap leaps. No, careful with that. So it's been a flurry of info this morning. So short term, Rev, some ups following the FTD cycle, 8588. Trying to exit a bit cleaner to rebuy, then IV crush till OPEX. Yeah. What's going on? $400 first, GME or SPY? If I buy 1,000 shares of Rev at the ask and the price goes up, am I a market manipulator according to RSS? Yes. Bobby is the master of cheap leaps that keep getting cheaper. Yeah, it is. All right, I'm done. Okay, okay. Did you just do a FOMO? Not a FOMO, but I picked up 100 contracts. When would you start to consider BBBY 2024 leaps? Isn't the Vega on those really good? They don't go very far out of the money though, right? Like 45s, 0.2 Vega versus Jan's. And 50s. I don't know. I'd probably just get like in the same range I've been buying. I have 15 $20 leaps on BBBY already. You know what I should do? I should just put like 1/10 of all my positions in this account. So I don't have to explain shit to people. That would save me a lot of time. Price in IV is lower on the 35. I'm aware. Delta's higher on the 30. This is a good choice. Options. Dun, 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 dun. These are still too much. I don't want to buy those back at 80. Coasting your plays would be easier. Never mind. Do you think there's X 100% DRS tipping point at which will have a massive impact on price? Not really. It's the same as buying. You're just moving your shares around. Can you sell that 30C so I can see how many people mirror your trade again? Yeah, I don't want to do that. SPY at 413.20. Interesting. Buy on computer share. That's the real play. Gurk, you mentioned that the highest GME ETF FT these days are 8.5 and 8.8. But I think you may be off by a day for them since I don't think you counted Juneteenth, June 20th holiday. Oh, you know what? You might be right. I don't think no, because it falls in the calendar day period. So it's not it shouldn't be relevant. Either way, it doesn't change the total window, which is the 4th through the 10th. But yeah, if the like holidays that fall during the Reg T extension, those are irrelevant. They don't affect the due date. I want to keep some exposure, Lord of Nork. And what's the worst that happens? It bumps a little. I mean, I'm already up 8%, right? I can't trade the stock now. Jesus Christ, is it already GME? I've had Stumptown. They have a location right by me. I don't like most of their roasts very much. And like every time I bought coffee from them, and like brought it home, it's been super stale. You're doing it wrong. How dare you make money? I just get fucking ridiculous. people's like desire to become emotionally attached to fucking numbers is so absurd to me. Like, we started talking about Rev yesterday, and already people are like, I'm diamond handing this until I die. My children will carry my bags into eternity. I've had several really unpleasant interactions with Stumptown employees at the coffee events in Europe. Never tried their coffee as a result. Interesting. Yeah, I don't really know that much about their employees. You're expecting the run fairly soon. Why so much theta? September not enough? I mean, I'm getting Vega exposure, right? So, you know, if you expect the price of something to go up a lot and you're buying out of the money calls, they have more room to go up and will realize higher profits than near the money calls. Have you tried La Cabra? No. Cabra? La Cabra? No, I haven't. Any opinion on SoFi over the next week or two? Up over 8 pretty quickly now. Yeah, it broke 8. I still don't like SoFi very much. There's really big institutional holdings there, and they like to sell lots and lots and lots of covered calls and then short the stock. My child will be named Ryan Bobby Revlon Cohen, the 741st. Ivy already low enough for Rev Jang calls. I mean, they're cheaper than when I sold them. This is about to break VWAP, though. Maybe I should pick up a few more? Maybe not. Maybe. Yeah, that's a tough choice. What are September 1610s going for? Ew. Well, I don't want to pay that much. Ooh. December. Hmm. What the fuck? Hmm. Ooh, it's doing a thing. If you have more kids, they can carry more of your bags. Just ask Zakure. If Spy crashes, will Rev MOASS? I don't know about that. I'm thinking about getting some like September. I don't know. I really like that 18 or the 19. Why doesn't that go to 20? It's so fucking stupid. Fuck it. I'll buy a couple of these, right? $11 bribe to please check options chain for me to see if maybe I made the right choice on leaps because I've been trying to listen and learn. I know it's a poop stock, but super cheap to learn IV plays. ENDP, Jan 23rd, 7C. $7 calls? It's... Dude, the fucking stock's trading at 20 cents. Ah. The OI is good, I guess. Vega's not very high on those. Like the Jan 24s have much better Vega. There's less OI, but like these, like the $4 are 0.003. So for the same price, relatively, you get 0.03, 0.01. Yeah, I mean, if you can hit these at the mid, these would be better than the Jan 23 sevens, but up to you. Like you're trying to get the most Vega per like dollar spent, essentially. If you're just playing IV like that. I'm not really sure that you're getting the best price there. Have you tried Folgers? Once at a hotel. Upstart's still interesting. Sure. About 700 rev shares at 1040 because I'm an idiot. What's a good strategy to get into a better position without selling and eating a loss? You could like sell covered calls in the money, especially if this bumps up right now. And try to capture some of that IV. Might give you an opportunity to average down your cost basis a little bit. I sold some earlier, but I bought them back. I'm going to try to sell because this looked like it was going to start breaking out. So I'm going to see if I can sell a little higher in the money and average mine down in the same exact way. Ben, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale. Welcome to the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals. You should be automatically upgraded. Pigeon whales, rejoice. Yet another poor has joined your ranks.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Oh, hey, look, Rev Leaps are back in the green. Yeah, right? That didn't take long. I love how the second it moves up like 20 cents, everyone's like bullish again. Fuck you guys. Fucking goddamn ridiculous bullshit. Emotional investing. Now we all YOLO back in. Yeah, 50 cents above where you sold. I don't have a fucking mullet. The hair on the front of my head is just as long as the hair in the back. Any explanation on this weird price action? It's not weird. It's barely done anything. Everyone's just hyper emotional and way too attached to the stock they've bought into. Wasn't it the IV dip that burned most of us more so than the dip? Yeah, but IV just goes right back up, right? Anyway, no, because I fucking sold and took profits. It burned some people, I think, who held, but they're probably already back up. If we can pick up, you know, if you can, like, so say you start a position like this with 10 grand, right? You get used to the movements, the intraday movements, and the covering timing, right? You can turn this into 20 grand before a real run and have a massively larger position. Even if you're just riding the IV up and down. Sold some IV, sold some CC when you said they're crushing IV, made money on the down. Yeah. Is 10K like a lot of money? That doesn't seem like very much. What if you start with $10 and not 10,000? Oh, Jesus. I thought Rev was off RegSHO and the Discord said the play was dead. Just don't listen to the Discord. We're from 70 to 1600 on Monday, and it was fucking dope. Nice. I thought RegSHO was dead. It's off RegSHO, but RegSHO is not dead. RegSHO still exists. My weekly 19Cs about yesterday. At yesterday's peak, full port play to try and instantly regain my Tesla losses. Gonna print. No. Well, maybe. I don't know. Is IV up on them? It's official. I've renounced my Danhood. Oh no. I renounced the dumpster. I still have the Dans out there grinding away behind that dumpster, but my time has come to retire my boofer for money. Dear God. Do you think you can so easily shed the stench of Danhood that you can simply leave it behind? Oh, Darth has some news for you. I don't mind you pumping other stocks, but it'd be better if you put your money where your ice cream Sammy hole is. But I do. That's up to you, man. I can't tell you what to do with your positions. Once a Dan, always a Dan. Shout it from the rooftops. Yeah, but no one cares about you. Weeklies are bad. Okay. Were you still drinking expensive espresso while you were poor? Yes. It was a problem. If you can't tell us what to do with our positions, can you at least tell us what to do? Tell us what position to do it in? For Rev, you said conservative 15-17 could go to 35. Is that for OPEX or for the squeeze? OPEX would be like 15-17. If it squeezes, it could really run, right? Like the insiders have a bunch of debt to back holds. Interesting. I think like if we get into a situation where it really starts to squeeze, they've got 5.4 billion in debt to clear on their market cap before they even consider liquidating shares, right? So, 5 billion more market cap than we're sitting at. It could really, like, if it started to squeeze, it could really fucking run. Did they use all 341,000 shares already? Probably, yeah. ENGP, eh. I've explained to you a bunch of times, Stefan, why I don't like playing penny stocks. Rev $8 strike, 23 is looking super weird. Huh. What does that mean? What's the Revlon play? Another short play? Compounding FTDs. Any chance Rev can run like HKD? I don't think it's gonna run like that. That'd be kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I wouldn't want half the float. BBBY getting wrecked. Is it? It's at 577. Cohen dumping his bags. Yeah, you burn the credits or repurchase. So you have to keep 750 cash on hand for each put sold. Seems like they're afraid of Bobby. I mean, they don't want it to break 6. Regarding market chameleon and the volume percent, that is options hedging. Is that them trying to show options volume from exercised options? No. It's them trying to show the amount of hedging that would, like the amount of the daily volume that would be required to hedge the contracts that were traded. Why did you go 30 versus 35? It was a better buy at the time. Probably not. Better how? It was cheaper at higher delta for the price I was paying. It was like the same price at the mid as the 35, but it's closer to the money, has higher Vega and higher delta. I don't know what's so confusing about it. How do reversal trades satisfy FTDs if the market maker is just going to fail the shares on the exercised option anyway? Oh, because it makes it the market maker's fucking problem, right? Not yours. Chance's Sens is in the same boat as the other stacks in UD. So doing very well lately. Huge float there compared to the ones you mentioned. Yeah, the larger the float, the less likely it is to happen. Right? The more available liquidity, the less likely it is to have violent upside price movement. Why did market agree to those things though? Doesn't it put them under a lot of risk? No, they don't give a shit. Doesn't the MM have to buy by tomorrow? They have to buy some by tomorrow, but they don't have to do anything, right? Because you know they exercise the option and then they exercise the put, so the net is 0. There's no effective change in anything in a reversal trade, right? There's no hedge, nothing. It's like an instantaneous exercise and then exercise a put, and that generates 200 volume, which allows them to push FTDs through CNS into the next settlement cycle. Clearing them for the time being until they can attempt to clear them again in a more liquid environment. Rev seems to be recovering quite well. Do you think it will end the day green? My own speculation based on minimal wrinkles is that we test 10 again today. Not without some bigger push. I think they're still internalizing a lot on Revlon. They're internalizing a lot on GME today too. They have been for several days actually. Switch your chart to Bobby and tell us why you think we're seeing this wild volatility. It just looks like someone dumped shares or shorted, right? I don't think it's really all that crazy. It moved from 597 to 558 and now it's moving back up. I'll sell you bull mayo, but I'll start moving you onto something else. Huh. Where did the compliance department go? I mean, there's no laws broken doing that, right? Because it's not a married put call, and they don't use it to directly satisfy the RegSHO requirement. They just generate volume to help them push FTDs through CNS. So it's a loophole in a regulation that should probably be closed, but for now it's not. Is it normal that I want to puke when I look back at SS? Yeah, I feel that way sometimes too. Hey, missed stream earlier because of COVID. Ouch. Good time yet to sell covered calls on GME. I'm waiting until the peak of the ETF FTD covering. And then I'm going to sell covered calls like into the time period before OPEX. So I'll either sell them out of the money into the 19th or I'll sell them a little bit in the money into the 12th. Maybe both. I'm trying to buy Jan 23 $8 strike for Rev and it keeps canceling my order. Yeah, there's something going on with like PCO on the like offset strikes, and I'm not sure what it is. The amount of speculation required though is kind of off-putting. I don't know how much like on what? A Rev? There's some speculation. I mean, you could buy into some nice blue chips right now before the market crashes. You know, you could argue that those are just as speculative as anything else. What's the volatility on Bobby? There really isn't that much. I'm seeing any price action from Philly on Rev. No, but I'm also not checking. There's some, but only like $900,000 so far traded on the Philly exchange for a call order flow. Can you show the on the daily chart your prediction for GME again? Yeah, I mean it's not really a prediction, it's just like a copy and paste of the previous cycle. 1 second. It's just to give people like an idea of like potential price range over the ETF FTD period. ETF FTDs are actually higher this period than the period I copied. But here, let me see if I can pull it up. Oh, there. Is that it? There it goes. So technically, like, the range could be a little greater on this, I suppose. It might be more like that with the potential, like the increase in possible FTDs. But it's pretty on track. Today's a little higher than expected, but these are like I think these candles are open close. High low would probably be better. Jesus, that's kind of volatile. Oh, there you go. I sold 36C. C for this Friday. How do I know the option holder is exercising? You don't. Sometimes you can get lucky, but if it's in the money, you're usually fucked. Ooh, private loans for liquidity. Interesting. Will you rage quit if Rev squeezes? No. Why? Is it best to wait until after CNS closes on Friday to sell covered calls? No, not this Friday. Friday and Monday. Friday and Monday are both very high ETF FTDs. I would actually expect more of it on Monday because they probably don't want people to make a bunch of money on zero DTEs. I think the June 2nd 20 holiday should matter. You commented before June 17th, August 4th, June 21st, August 5th. But shouldn't it be June 17th, August 5th, June 21st, August 8th, with T6, 35.3, and Juneteenth? I don't think Juneteenth affects the RegSHO settlement cycle. There's no deferrals for that, for holidays. If there's a holiday, you simply have to cover by the next morning. That's the only effect it has. So if you're unable to cover because of a holiday for RegSHO settlement, you just have to cover the next, like, before market open the next morning. So say an FTD is due today, but today is a holiday. It's just due at market open tomorrow. SPY failing or consolidating? Both? Why not both? Bobby DMs. I saw it, I think. Also, I really don't care about anything that happens. I don't know how many times I can say this. I don't give a fuck what happens to Bobby if it's not over $10. Up, awesome. If it moves up to 6, great. If it moves 650, 7, even better. But unless it breaks 10, I don't give a shit about it. Don't DM me 500 times a day with the fucking options trades on BBBY. I just don't give a shit. Spy's trying, but I don't know. The bullish push from earlier is dying down pretty hard. How low do you think they'll push Rev into OPEX? I said yesterday, and I'll say it again today, I think they could try to push it as low as back to $5. I don't know if they have the liquidity to do that anymore, but I'd imagine they'd fucking try, right? If you only had a $2,000 to $3,000 port, would you just full port into all the plays you make? It's hard to make meaningful gains on small positions when accounting for brokerage costs. No, I would still not put my full port in anything, especially if you're trading options, because you need money on the side to be able to manage your position if it moves against you. So if Jimmy runs to 39, you might sell 40 CCs expiring August 19th, or 36 CCs into the 12th. Yeah, or both. Would Jimmy close near 40 on Friday because of spicy T+2 next week? If it closed above 40 on Friday, yeah. Didn't you pay like $20 for the Rev 2335C? Why did you sell them? Because they were way the fuck up. And they were crushing IV. Their ability to crush IV, while apparently limited on Revlon in the past on other stocks in these baskets, it can be frighteningly fast. So if I see IV drop 40% in like a few minutes, I'm definitely gonna fucking pull my profits back and wait. We've seen them crush IV on GME like 50% in a couple minutes, and then continue to crush it over several days. And even if I buy back into them now, I'm still buying back in at a profit. I'm so confused. If Bobby hits 9, is that when you start paying attention? No, when it hits 10. I said 10, right? Yeah, 10. I'll say it again. 10. It's just not going to do fuck all until it breaks through the massive amount of put gamma piled on top of it. It's weakening, but it takes time, and it's not going to do anything fucking interesting over the next 2 weeks. Talking about it every day doesn't make it more interesting or relevant. Is Rev trended up? Is this another buy-in opportunity? I would have called the dip the buy-in opportunity, but sure. I've never had a friendship with BBBY. It's just a play I'm in. It's cool. I think it can do stuff. It hasn't done that stuff yet. It's $50. Jimmy hitting 50 the week following August OPEX realistic? It could happen, yeah, especially from these prices. As I know I'm not the only one thinking this, can you share your thoughts? Most everything is tied up in Jimmy and Bobby OPEX plays, but I want exposure. If you had Bobby calls at 5, 7, 10 for Jan, which would you sell to enter Rev with now or wait a few days for Bobby? I mean, you're kind of just playing different sides of the same coin. So pulling exposure from one to put it in the other means that you have more confidence that one is going to run harder than the other. You know what's going to happen. You're going to pull your exposure from Bobby to buy into fucking Revlon, and Cohen's going to double down on like fucking August 17th. Yeah, he does that shit, and it's annoying. I just don't understand why like everybody needs to inform me of every 5 cent fucking move on BBBY. Like I go and look at it, it's still at like $5. And then, you know, sometimes it's at like 575 or 525 or 485. It's all the same. It's not high enough to do anything. So who gives a shit? Like why are people like watching every tick on fucking BBBY? Like God, you could I'm bullish on the stock and I want to short the fuck out of it sometimes. Nice light of my life. Bruce. Here's the deal. Bobby can trade at any price between $3 and $9, and it's completely irrelevant. Now, if Bobby goes above 10, shit starts to get really fucking spicy. But until this happens, it's the most boring fucking stock in the world. It's like watching goddamn paint dry. Bobby actually has more liquidity than GME. So it'd be worse than GME and Revlon. Theoretically. It has the potential for Cohen to double his position, which is why it even gets talked about in the first place. Paint dry. Sherwin-Williams. That shit bounced right back. It didn't care about its bad earnings at all. You know, I'm not gonna lie, Average Joe. I've never just sat and watched paint dry. It could be more interesting. than talking about Bobby's 50-cent drop and then 50-cent recovery. Bobby hit 601. Fuck you, A user, you son of a bitch. SLD is on August 17th. You mean falling off a cliff and mooning? Yeah, that's what I meant. All right. How many keys is too many keys on a keychain? Oh my god. 5? No. 4. 4 is inconvenient. 4 is too many. 3 is the max. Because you have one on each end and one in the middle, and that's perfect. Thanks for answering none of my questions today about the SPY. I just sold my puts for a cool 35% loss. What did you want to know about it? Good job? She's a $35 rev calls minutes before the IV crash. For the sake of learning it, it seems like it's best just to wait for IV to rise again rather than selling. It's only 3 calls and $100 down. Yeah, it's not too bad. What do you think of my price target for GME? 38 high tomorrow, 32 by next week, 28 low the week after OPEX. Until then, I'm thinking high of 50 during OPEX. Well, your high of 50 is very bullish. 12% over current Gamma Max would be like $45, $46. I think ETF FTDs could run it a little higher than 38 though. Just based on today's price action with the upward SPY movement. And the money weekly calls being bought on Rev through Felix 2400. Did they just come in? Some SST, some love. It's dead, Sean. They dumped liquidity all over it. It's a big mess. Any ideas about why investment banks are still repositioning? They keep buying puts. They don't need to tank, right? They don't need to sell. They just keep buying puts until something bad enough comes in that there's a sell-off. This is the third day in a row that the SPY and XPX have risen to a midday high, and all of the options volume is net negative delta. It's not dead until Jan 2023. All right. Well, then they better do something to get someone to come in and buy all of their stock. Yeah, Bobby didn't halt. Nice try, though. Is it weird that the September chain is limited to 1 to 10 strikes? No, I think it's because it just opened, and Bobby's been trading in a very narrow range. When does the net negative delta come due? Most of the SPY positioning is being placed out in September on the monthly expiration. So before September's monthly expiration. Rev has convertible warrants that mature on August 19th and notes that mature on August 1st, 2024 at 6.45%. But that's next year. So 2039 a share. For how many shares? It's only like 29,000 shares, though. It's like nothing. They have preferred stock redemption? Well, they can't sell that, though. Purchase an aggregate 50,000 shares of the company's new designated preferred stock. 2 million shares of company stock. Okay. Issuance the preferred stock and warrants redemption. Senior notes 2024. Business notes. Maybe I'll credit. Pledge notes. 30 date. Those are already passed. This issue. The super priority senior secured. $20.93 OG rules. August 19th, June 30th, 2020. That's not dated. Supplement. The lenders to mid-cap funding Ivy Trust, hereby incorporated by reference. Prepayment in whole or in part is provided in the credit agreement. Secures guarantees provided in the loan documents and the orders. Notes mature August 1st, 2024. Okay. 6.25% per year. Coupons are paid 2 times a year. Bond maturity is 1/8/2024. Okay. $2.4 million. No, 2.4 million shares. But are the 2.4 million shares? Well, they're exercisable on that date. But are those for 2024 or are those for 2019? The 2.4 million. 2.4 million's not much. And that may just cause like that may actually drive price higher, right? $2.4 million on a tradable float of 7 million is not small. I'm still trying to determine because it looks like the maturity date for those is in 2024. $10 years, right, from 2014. Yeah, it increases the tradable float by like 25%, but that's not necessarily bearish, right? Remember how we've talked in the past about how GME is kind of in a sweet spot in regards to the shares outstanding? They're failing at a higher rate per trade of that already. Yes, I know it broke 6. It's on my screen. How reliable are they? Slightly better than 50%, and the best time frame is like 3 months. It should be about 90 days peak to peak, and then about a quarter of that time period for the handle. I can't find any fundamentals to explain it. It's got a little room. Well, remember that they never short these stocks unless there's a liquidity release mechanism, right? Because that's how they protect their risk. So either large numbers of ETFs or warrants or both. That's why you see these D-SPACs running the way they do, right? Because they know that at the top they can exercise the warrants, or the company is going to dilute once a certain price target's reached, and then they can short volatility. What the heck are you reading? I'm reading Turd's random pictures of... It's going to be too late, though. It says they mature on August 19, 2024. If the price of the company exceeds 150%, so what, $50? Then the company can require exercise of the warrants. Like mandatory exercise of the warrants. But it has to exceed $50 for 10 consecutive days. God damn it. Eh. Because that's how it's written. It says 150% of the warrants of the volume weighted average sale price for the common stock is determined pursuant to the warrant exceeds 150% of the exercise price for 10 consecutive trading days, a mandatory exercise. Payment of the exercise price in the case of mandatory exercise is required to be made first by surrender of shares of preferred stock held by the warrant holder. The exercise price of the warrants and the number of shares issuable upon exercise of the warrants are subject to adjustment as provided in the warrants, including if the company on or after August 19th, 2017 issues or sells common stock for a lower price than the market price of the common stock and the exercise price of the warrants. I don't know if they've issued any shares. Go dig back through their reports, see if they've done any share offerings. Are you still in your September spy puts? Yeah. I should probably buy some more though if this keeps pushing. Like if it pushes that other, like the first high, I'll probably pick up some more. Although it might get rejected here. It's got a little room. We're actually gonna get that test of 417. 415.64? That can't be right. Is it 415? My fucking chart. Do, do, do. 416.41 or 417.44 would be a double top. Right now it's bumping on that ascending trend. It caps the upside for Rev, right? Not really. It's only 2 million shares. BBY, I mean, if Rev hits $50, they're gonna need a lot more than 2 million fucking shares to bring the price down. I'm talking about Revlon. Well, it says exceed by 150%. So that would imply times 1.5. Or, well, no. But 150% more than $20 is $50. They might mean 30. But it would still have to trade at 30 for 10 trading days. Are you full bull on Rev? Very much so. A profitable cause is better sell them or buy on the dip. And we're still above VWAP. That was retail short volatility. You can sell options. I mean, you can't trade volatility swaps, obviously, but you can sell options. Peloton, Me, AMC, etc., all up over 5% today. Mean Basket, ETF, FTD covering. I think there's some of that, yeah. Could also just be higher, like FTDs. I got stopped out of my Rev 35Cs, made 68%, quick 7K to make my weeklies a little better. I hope there's another IV crush tomorrow. Me too. What price do you want Rev at before playing the full bull song? Oh, probably like over... even like over 12 would be fucking nuts. GB12 CSP is a decent play right now. Expecting up. August 12 CSP is a decent play right now. Expecting up or downs next week. I think we're going to move up into the beginning of the week and down into the end. So, yeah, I don't think CSPs are great next week. Usually the week before OPEX is the best time to sell CSPs with like a little bit of theta on them. So they have an open at the money offering program. Prospectus to supplement filed today adds updates, change information. 25 million. Not very much. Offer sell shares its Class A common stock. So they're just fucking the shorts? Hold on. Where's the SEC filing? Have an aggregate offering price up to 25 million. From time to time, through an at-the-market equity offering program, some or all the proceeds of shares under the at-the-money program will be used to alleviate supply chain disruptions previously disclosed by the company. Timing and amount of any sales will depend on a variety of factors to be determined by the company. Shares will be offered through Jefferies. Jefferies may sell shares. Any method permitted by law deemed to be an out the money market offering. I think they may have already done this. This may already be over. I think this is why. Yeah, I think they already released those. Yeah, I think they just dumped that immediately. That would explain why we see the float a bunch of places at like 6.83 and WeBull showing 7.75. You shilling Rev, bro? A little bit, yeah. I like it. Thanks for everything, Gurgle. I've learned nothing, but I'm making money. Nice. That works. I think they'll slam us down before OPEX to 30. I don't know if they can get us back to 30. I think they could try. They needed money for the bankruptcy? Yeah. Where are the FTDs on Rev today? Well, I'd imagine they're generating them, given that we've traded almost the entire float. What's the date for this? March 31st, 2022. I mean, this looks like why we saw the big fall off in FTDs through March and April. It's like Revlon didn't have like a March OPEX. Well, it like barely had a March OPEX run. Rev Dad, go ahead, all in short it. Thanks, bro. Where are those FTDs on Rev today? Oh, here, I'll just do this. There. Bobby's back under 6. Oh, Jesus Christ. Do you think Rev is just heading down into OPEX? It could bump the same time as everything else does. Can Revlon buy a mining company? No. I hope not. If Russ squeezes like Jamie in January, you know you will disappear and send mystic tweets like DFE. No. People acting like the amount of like Rev FUD just makes me want to buy more. Is this a different one or the one I just looked at? Oh yeah, that's the one I just looked at. Yeah, I think both of those are already complete. Cause the float data is up already. Like there's a 1,000,000 share increase in the float. There might be some shares that they could still offer, but it's very minimal. The warrants are interesting. That could put a cap on a run, but that's a pretty high fucking cap. Do you remember when you tried tweeting cryptic stuff and then realized you were way too dumb to decipher them? Yes. Is it worth getting assigned on my near-dated GME CCs and then run with a mix of CCs and CSPs to farm positive negative delta? Near-dated GME CCs, then run with a mix of CCs and CSPs to farm positive and negative delta. Sure. Yeah. Are you talking about wheeling? Not that we should, but the tradable float on Rev almost feels like Pickle Jar alone could drive some price action. I don't know about that. That's a bit excessive. Is my one Rev 180 call gonna make me rich? What? There are no 180 calls on Revlon. There's some attached to these bonds, but their maturity date is in August 2024. They represent about 2 million shares. Could I have waited at that point? Sure, but if they continue to crush IV, then, you know, your whole position's at risk, right? Like in times where we've seen IV crush on GME, you know, they've dropped IV like 20, 30%. And then over the next like 5 days, they drop it another 50%. So that's the risk of holding through the IV crash. Does this need making you less bullish on Rev? No, not really. I'm not seeing anything that's gonna like stop the FTD creation or compounding. The warrant thing is kind of interesting. But at that, like, at those prices, I mean, if they're releasing 2 million shares, it's not going to fucking do anything except create more liquidity, which could just create more price action. Right? Because if you have huge numbers of fails and suddenly a bunch of liquidity hits the market, those people are going to want to buy, right? You have a bunch of buyers waiting. If it was a more significant number of shares, it'd be concerning, but it's not. And also the maturity date is in 2024. Am I missing something on these? This doesn't seem bearish. Ooh. Interesting. GME now more illiquid than after Cohen bought in. Hmm. Take the hit, roll August 10, spy 411, or hold through the end of the week. It's 411? I mean, you're not that far out of the money. August 10th? Probably still have a chance. Is it still rejecting on the 414? I'd watch this. If it starts to break up towards that previous high, I'd probably get out and like reposition or something. But it could peak here. It's like right at the top of that trend line on the 1 hour. See, it's like just tapping it. So this is at 415. And it hasn't really even pushed any volume above 414. Yeah, volume on the trend's declining. So it could get rejected here and possibly, you know, come back down to like 409, 408 again. All of these tests have been super fucking weak. For me, I mean, the only thing that's going to happen is if it breaks 414, I'm going to, or breaks 415, I'm just going to buy 415 puts. They're pricing down IV again for Rev. I see. I think I'm okay with that. I'll just average these down. I want to keep the exposure. Just in case anything crazy happens with the ETF FTDs. Problem I have is I tend to overhold. I'd rather overhold than be without exposure. These stocks are one unknown catalyst away from VOP. Yeah, that's true. Rev is a dying lipstick and mortar. Yeah, but they have a lot of assets. No problem, man. Could you explain the warrant situation with Revlon? Yeah, it looks like they have 2024 maturity, August 19th, 2024 maturity warrants. At $20.39 per share. After August 19, 2019, the company can require exercise of the warrants if the average sale price of the common stock, as determined pursuant to the warrant, exceeds 150% of the exercise price for 10 consecutive trading days, a mandatory exercise. Payment of the exercise price in the case of a mandatory exercise is required to be made first by surrender of shares of preferred stock held by the warrant holder. So basically the company can force the exercise of the warrants if the price exceeds 150% of $20.39 per share for more than 10 consecutive trading days. The way that's written, I'm not sure if it's $50 a share or $30 a share. Exceeds 150% of the exercise price. Why did they do that? SP is 150% of the warrant price. But they say exceeds. That's what's got me. If it said at 150% of the exercise price, then that would make more sense. But the usage of exceed sounds like 50. Stock price exceeds, but there's a comma. Why did they use the comma? It's I guess sale price, the comma size is determined pursuant to the warrant, comma, exceeds 150% of the exercise price. Somebody say warrants. In your DT, you mentioned the circle of controlled release of liquidity. Is it possible the compounding effect of that circle is not complete in his integrity? What? Okay, the first part of your sentence question makes sense, Alien. You want to try to rephrase that so I can understand what you're getting at there? Yeah, if Revlon hits $20.39, I'm gonna curl them all over myself. I'm not sure. I'm not a lawyer. Where's BMG? BMG. I'm gonna send you this. Fucking. Yeah, I feel like that's what makes sense. Is that 100% would be the warrant price, and 50% more would be like, you know, $30 and change. Um, but I don't know why they chose to use exceeds. Oh shit! I sent him the wrong picture. There we go. I just don't like how it's worded. Yeah, I agree, Alethea. I just want to double check. See what do legally is. But it says exceeds 150% of the exercise price. I'll tell you to read. Popcorn Trader. A dolphin. My GME average is 33. Not great. I don't mind owning more shares, but I'm not holding my breath for a price to average down. Are CSPs the only way? I mean, they're a way, yeah. The CSPs and covered calls. Provisions triggered at 2039, but yeah. The exercise price is 2039. They mature August 19th, 2024. We're digging into some of the debt for Revlon. Wait, is this Revlon? Ooh. That's exciting. Deepen the money puts. So they hedge the upside. Deepen the money calls. Oh, Jesus, they didn't fucking cover anything. Hedge flipped negative. Interesting. The contract does not state meets or exceeds, and just states exceeds, and the value must be above the condition listed. Well, yeah. I know the value for mandatory exercise is above the value listed. I'm just trying to determine how much above that value. I don't like the interpretation. Yeah, the use of the word of is kind of confusing too, at least mathematically. I think the intention is for it to mean $30 or more for 10 consecutive trading days. Warrant, same like cover call, same like call. I mean, you can use them as collateral for naked calls. Shares get released, essentially. There's no cap. Not really. I mean, it has to trade above that number for 10 days, which would be fucking crazy. I mean, think about Revlon going to $30 or $50 for 10 days. Revlon appoints BSG for planning and development. I've already read that. That was a long time ago, though. Warren doesn't seem like anything at all to worry about right now. No, I don't think so. I'm gonna keep reading, whatever they find, but right now that doesn't seem too concerning. They had 2 share offerings this year. I think based on our float data, both of them are complete for a total of $100 million. They had one in March, one in April. I assume that the follow-up in April was also added to the free float. because if you look at older data for Revlon, the free float was smaller. They show a free float of like 6.8 million shares. That still looks very bullish. Hmm. Yeah, day 9 over $50, we'd all be trying to figure out how much we owe in taxes. So not much to worry about. True. Earnings, I don't think Revlon earnings are today. They're on the 11th, I'm pretty sure. Although I did see it misreported in a couple places. Thanks, Danorama. Rev, falling wedge, 45-minute. Clear volume decrease on the downside move, bullish. Yeah, it is. This consolidation period's actually, it is pretty bullish. What happened to no price target, just up? I mean, I have price targets. But if it, the question was, if it squeezes, what's your price target? And I said just up, which is valid. Predicting price targets in a squeeze is fucking impossible. So buy more calls, then freak out when it dips tomorrow. You know the deal. What does it look like Rev and Jimmy want to touch tips when you have them both on the screen at the same time? Maybe they do? Target for VIX before they flip the position. Sub 20? Maybe. Has the VIX even moved down that much yet? Close. Is now a bad Rev entry point for leaps? It's not terrible. And it's not amazing, but it's not terrible. The market maker is still pricing in a lot of risk, though. SLD for August is on the 17th. Nothing on the investor relations website. TradingView has it listed as the 11th. But that might just be an estimate of when it is supposed to be.
Thoughts on cutting 395 916 puts? Seems like the trend is going to keep going up. Cut losses and short a better peak. Up to you. I'm not. I have no intention of cutting those. I haven't even cut my August ones. Yeah, it might just be an estimate then. If there's no announcement or filings. Rev is up until recently been in bankruptcy court, correct? Yes. They may not have any plans on having earnings this quarter. That's possible. Any estimate of when that was when what was supposed to be? I had to step out for a minute. Did I miss something important on Rev? No. What August spy calls do you have? I still have 395 and 405 for August. Reliance Group acquires Revlon surrounding earnings. Moon launch. We all touch Lambos. Why don't you show us your tips touching anymore? Because it's in development. Also, Jimmy's tips have already touched on the 1 hour. What strike's going in the money would vup it hard? 10? But the PCO thing on 8 and 9 is making it difficult for some people to buy into, you know, the higher delta calls that could really drive up price action, which is suspicious. Jimmy is crashing. It's not crashing. There's a PCO thing? I guess I did miss something. Yeah, it was like yesterday and today. A lot of people on TDA and IBKR were saying they were having issues with PCO. Last SEC filing was a Chapter 11 on the 7th of July. Last news was June 16th, announcing the Chapter 11. There was news after that. There was information about the loan they received. Jimmy crashing up 3.46%. Yeah. No problem, Tyler. Is it worth averaging down 819 SPY 391 Ps? Yeah, like several days ago. Is it worth it now? I mean, what do you have left in them? When did you buy them? There's so many questions there. If you just bought them, I don't know. They probably weren't very expensive anyway. I know what BBBY's price is. AMD very happy. It's having a good day. I'm gonna sell some covered calls on it. Why do you feel like Rev is more compelling than Bobby? It's generating FTDs at a very accelerated rate. High enough to create a feedback loop where all current volume is additionally failing on top of all the failed volume, right? I kind of outlined it in my DD last night. But you know, if you have like a 1-to-1 fail to volume ratio, then every trade fails, right? So even if you're clearing an FTD, you're failing. And this creates a whole chain reaction of additional fails. It doesn't even need to be this high. Even at like 5%, it can start to catalyze right? So now you have like an FTD. So say you're at like point, like say you're at 5%, and 5% of, so every 500 shares of volume, 100 shares, 10%, 5%. Let's say 1,000 shares of volume. Just trying to make the math easy on this. So 1,000 shares of volume at a 5% fail to volume ratio means that 100 or 50, well, let's do 10%. Revlon's hit 130% a couple days. So say 10% fail, you get 100 fails, right? For every 1,000 volume traded. Once you have these fails, right, then to get rid of them, you have to clear them through CNS, which requires 100 more trades, and those fail at 10%, creating 10 more FTDs, right? And those fail at 10%, creating one more FTD. So over the course of, 1,111 volume, you have 111 fails. And as the rating, and that's at 10%. As the rate goes higher, or like Revlon, it hits 130%, right? You're failing for every one trade, you're failing 1.3. So there's a break point there where eventually, like, you're failing so much that to clear the fails, you're failing even more than you failed initially. Yeah, and once that feedback loop starts, it can churn out a lot of FTDs, and the only way to resolve that is like what we saw on GME in January, right? Is where you have to create so much liquidity, right, that you're able to start to clear this out. What are your August OPEX plans? 45, 45, 10? Bobby or something similar. They're all separate, right? Like I have my account for like GME OPEX, and it's separate from, anything I'll play in Bobby or Revlon. Bobby, I'm not increasing my position size at all. I have everything I'm going to buy on Bobby for the near term. Unless Cohen doubles down, I'm not putting any more money into Bobby. I have leaps at 5, 7, 10, 15, and 20, and I have my shares. Revlon, 10% of my portfolio, plus the profits from this run, so and then another 10% if I double down. And that's in a 500K portfolio. So 50 grand, plus the 300% I just made. Well, the 300% I made on the leaps, which isn't so like it's like 100 grand. 100 grand plus another 50 to manage or double down. Yeah, I think that's probably how I divide it up. I don't need to put as much money into Revlon because it's much, much cheaper, right? Holy asymptotic risks. I know. Because the satisfaction of the failed trade is generating even more failures, right? So they generate volume to clear the initial fail, and all that volume fails. So you're not only failing all the underlying shares, you're failing all the synthetic shares as well. 70% internalization on Revlon would indicate market makers are involved with managing price. Yes. Would this be because they rope them in with exercising calls for shares? Potentially. I mean, it's an NYSE stock, right? So we're going to have the same internalization issues that we have with GME. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty unimpressed with the amount of shorting that occurred on Revlon today. I would have expected them to try to hit it a bit harder. I mean, I got a little bit of exposure today, JC, but I think I'm gonna wait to get more. Position close only, Mark H. Do you have a price target for Revlon? My conservative one was like double the price, like kind of what it hit before. Back here in like previous OPEX runs. We went higher on this, but like 11. I doubt it'll hit 17, but it could. That was kind of the range I was looking at when I first started looking into this. I think if they do have a situation on their hands where FTDs are compounding at a rate faster than they can clear them, then it can obviously go much higher. But that's completely speculative, right? That would be a squeeze, like an actual squeeze. It looks like tips on Rev and GME about to touch. That's not how this works. Does you being unimpressed with shorting change your re-entry point? Maybe. I might get some more exposure. We'll see. Yeah, they want a bankruptcy loan, I'm aware. I have limits set for 35C from 0.7 to 0.3, increasing quantities. Okay. Yeah, I mean, similar. I'm probably just going to cost basis average into them. With it being in only one ETF and the borrow rate being so high, I'm well aware of the factors. I don't know if they're going to do that. What does Ivy need to go down to for you to buy more leaps on Rev? I mean, it doesn't even have to go down. I'd buy them at this price, but I'm just waiting to see if I can get a better opportunity. If not, I miss out on a few bucks one way or the other. I don't care. They haven't so much roped in the market makers as he said, but I think he was implying that the market makers are heavily involved with controlling the price action on Revlon, right? That's the only way it would be possible with Revlon on RegSHO yesterday. All that internalization and synthetic share creation, and only 341,000 shares available through ETFs means that you have to have market maker participation in order to derive that liquidity. Only market makers can do that. I should probably fix the Rev clip because we found out last night that we checked VTI's like fund page and they have 340,000 shares of Revlon, not 80. IBQR has gone PCO on $8 calls for all months. Thoughts? Trying to keep people from buying them? I honestly don't know why else it would be on PCO. Call them, maybe? Ask? What else could they have done to short? Not a lot. Exercise in the money puts. You said the biggest risk for Bobby is bankruptcy, yet YOLO into company that just filed Chapter 11. They just got a loan for $1.4 billion to make them solvent again. I wasn't buying into Revlon when they filed Chapter 11, right? It was after they got the loan that it got interesting. Does them owning Forex more than you thought change anything? Not really. It's not a very it's still a very insubstantial amount of shares. Because market mechanics are greater than fundamentals. True. Spurt was being bought out for nothing, like for like $7 a share, and it ran to like $50 a share, right? Like it really doesn't have a lot to do with the fundamentals, to be honest. You need to know them. Like it's important that we know that warrant information, and that target range at 30 where the company can demand that warrants be exercised. Stuff like that is really important to know. But could the IV crush for Rev mostly be for weeklies and just run next week OPEX? Yeah, could be. Try to get people to sell out of the weekly chain. A lot of people are buying weeklies, so I wouldn't be surprised. So VTI has just enough to cover RegSHO FTDs. Interesting. I'm sure there's a reason for that. It's probably not nearly as compelling as you think. That would probably just be the weight of Revlon and VTI is similar to its the weight required for it to land on RegSHO, like 0.05%. Like Bobby would do the same thing. Someone would offer a lifeline. Like a billionaire with a 10% stake. Yeah, except Revlon has revenue and Bobby doesn't. I'm not saying they're not both good plays. I already have money in Bobby, though. I don't understand. What are you upset about? Do you want me to put more money in Bobby? What's the longest break you've taken away from trading? I don't know. How long's the market closed for? GME buy point is now or tomorrow? Hold up. Celtic Mako. No. I expect GME to do this. Into OPEX. So if you were looking to buy shares, you'd want to target the downside of these FTDs. Or yeah. You wouldn't want to buy now. The RegSHO limit is 270,000. Remember that to get off the threshold list, they don't need to clear every FTD. They only need to get under the threshold. Yeah. Is it possible to drastically increase a small port without options? Kind of feels hopeless. No. Probably easier to do, increase the value of a small port without options. Shares are a lot safer and require less money to manage the position. You can increase the size of a small port faster with options, but you could also lose all the money in the small port faster. IBKR says the OCC's decision to PCO, so why is it open to other brokers? Message, no opening trades. The OCC has specified that only closing orders are allowed for this option. I'm not sure. I'm not the OCC. No, Rev being taken off RegSHO doesn't change anything for me. They can manipulate RegSHO and place it on and off of RegSHO in order to avoid locate requirements that RegSHO would demand. So I'm not super concerned with that. As long as it continues to generate fails, then I'm fine with whatever its RegSHO position is. It may be a little bit further behind in the compounding of its FTDs than it appeared to be. But it also may not, and that's something that's still yet to be determined. You've never told us your thoughts on AMC to 100,000 to share. Oh Jesus, fuck off. Selling box popcorn at 53 Stop and Shops nationwide. You're such a dick. No, I DM'd it to you on purpose. It's just the way it's worded is kind of confusing, BMG. I think it's 30, but the way they phrase it is irritating. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt too. All right. What strike did you sell Rev CCs at this morning? 8. I bought them back. What are your thoughts on the Breville Barista Express for an espresso machine? Just get a Gaja. Gajas are better in almost every way. Is the next fail report for Revlon? Same time as the next fail report for everything on the 15th. RegSHO manipulation, bullish for a squeeze. I mean, they did it to GameStop. I want to thank you again for the information you give freely on these volatile stocks. Made good entries because of you on both GME and now Rev. Thank you. Thank you, Servaldor. I appreciate it. What are your thoughts? What are you gonna get a merch shop to sell pickle boofers, aka pickle shaped butt plugs? Probably never. My plan is to sell GME CCs out of the money by Friday with expiration August 12th. Is that the correct play? Just out of the money by Friday. I mean, I don't like it, but sure, whatever. Yeah, I heard about Bed Bath & Beyond looking to private lenders. Are you more bull on Rev than GME? No. I'm more excited about the FTD position that Revlon's in, but GME's FTD position right now is pretty exciting too. It's just unusual, and we haven't seen it before, so it's exciting for totally different reasons. It's crazy how little Vega difference shows when watching the 19.916s and the $30 120 calls over the last 20 minutes. 19 calls flat, 30 calls up 15% over the same time. Yeah, there's a big difference. Stagnated periods, yeah, for stagnation and low volume. So the price trades within a very narrow range, right? So the market maker stops pricing in higher implied volatility. GMECC is mid next week for A19, buyback on the 17th or 18th. That's probably more in line with what I plan to do with the majority of my position, yeah. Do you need anything? Ice cream sandwich? I have a ton, thank you though. So you don't see Rev breaking down to 4. It could, but it would be still probably be next week if it does. I mean, right now, because we're so far out from the last FTD reported period, we could end up on RegSHO again tonight. We've already traded fucking the whole float in volume, and we know that a significant portion of these trades are fails, right? So it's if maybe for, and due to lack of data, for all we know, fails came in last night at like 260K, right, which kicks it off RegSHO. But they could come in tonight back over 260K, coming at like 287, and it goes right back on RegSHO. If they're shaking out weeklies, would a short straddle be relatively easy money with a low chance of assignment? If bracketed around the expiring weeklies, I mean, if it's not naked, I'd probably set it pretty wide though, because it's really volatile, right? If there's any kind of volumetric covering, it's gonna fucking move. Thanks, bro. I ask simple questions at times and miss things. I try to learn as much as I can. Watch, read all I can in between. My 401k is up 60% year to date with what I have learned, and I owe that to you. Thank you so much, man. Congratulations, by the way. That's really good returns. SKRR Skur. Wait, Rev isn't on RegSHO anymore? Missed a bit. Yeah, it came off last night. Wouldn't have to have 5 days of 280K FTDs to get back on RegSHO once it's kicked off the list. I'm not actually sure when it rotates off. I know there's a different clause for that. It may need 5 days, yeah. I don't know if it resets the period if it's only off for 1 day. I know there's a stipulation about it clearing the threshold for multiple days, but I can't remember the exact wording. I'll have to go back and look at it again tonight. That rule's like more obscure. Is there a probability for Rev to run during after hours? Sure, I guess. My petting zoo mini horse is called Stagnation. Small world. Thanks, Dave's bullish baconator. It doesn't reset it. Interesting. Just need to watch the start of MOASS. I heard it was today. Also, keep an eye on Coles. Is Coles doing weird shit again? Ooh. Coles pumping it up today. Looks good. I know that buyout offer fell through. Interesting. A little undervalued. I have to look into that. Didn't XRT go right back on after a couple of days? No, it was off for several days. It went off, I believe, on June 3rd and back on June 17th. Doesn't reset. It says I've been a member for 7 months. No. I don't know why YouTube does that. For the NFA, good laughs, decent coffee tips, lack of toe picks, and kink shaming. Love you, Pickle. Thank you so much, Lentil. I appreciate it, man. I think I can guess the McAndrews cost basis. Do you think it's $20.93? Or $20.39, rather. Yeah. You see the spy run dying, or will it break 415? The resistance is at 415. It's at like 415.40 something. Still very choppy in this range, but yeah, there's like upside resistance here. At why is that not? Yeah, like 415, 416-ish on that trend. It's so weird. Why is it not displaying? Yeah, it's 415. Curious. Spy quad top. It's like more than that, I think, at this point. I'm still an idiot. I lose a lot of money, but thank you for all your hard work and education you've provided. One day I'll make it work for me. That day is not today, however. I think it's higher than that. Really? What did you find? Since there's warrants, does that mean Rev probably won't issue shares below the exercise price? Yes. That's part of the that's kind of one of the coolest parts about that. Is that they're very unlikely to issue shares below the mandatory exercise price, which appears to be $30 and some change. Yeah, so their investor relations page doesn't show any earnings. Somebody earlier said that, because of the bankruptcy filing, it's likely that they pulled back any earnings call that would have occurred. So maybe previously there was a set date and they pulled it back. QNRX discover a cure for cancer. Now up 187. Just like general cancer. Oh, you're asking if they discovered a cure for cancer? Dude, all kinds of like shitty SPACs are squeezing right now. Be careful with them. They're all very risky. Yeah, I have no idea why they're up. But I mean, they're one of a lot of stocks that have moved up 100, 200% over the last few days. When's CC's on GameStop? I'm not selling any until probably, depending on what happens Friday, probably Monday. I expect we'll see the high of the FTD period on Monday. No problem. RegSHO requires 5 consecutive days of meeting none of the 30 to 10 limits before removal. It would then require 13 consecutive days to go back on. I just checked FINRA. 5 consecutive days of meeting none of the 310 limits, then 13 consecutive days to go back on. Okay. Interesting. So they kept it below threshold for 5 days. So starting starting on the 28th, 27th. So they must not have hit threshold for since the 27th. And then so that means the earliest we can see it back on threshold. Is it going to line up perfectly? So it came off yesterday, so consecutive trading days, 13 is August 22nd. That lines up really nicely for OPEX, doesn't it? That's T+2. Well played, hedgy shills. Well played. Yeah, July 27th through the 2nd is below threshold. That's exciting. I don't know if that means we'll get a better entry opportunity, but Rev likes it. This is just Ugo buying the float. Okay, all in, full port done. Nice. It's so much fucking Bobby. I know he does. What really bothers me is when I get this feeling that people think I need to be like advertising a certain stock, and that I don't like. I'm not here to do that. You don't know how close I am to being an insider on F. The reality is not even remotely close. That's what I would have guessed. There's a 5-day resting period between RegSHO to restart. RegSHO would be Monday 8/5. 13 trading days would be Wednesday the 24th. Well, no, hold on. That I'm not sure about. Five. Wednesday the 24th. Maybe. No news. Some sort of low float squeeze going on. Yeah, I think so. I think that's a lot of them. Like HKD over the last several days. Same deal. Like none of these companies actually have anything happening. They're just simply illiquid and covering needs to occur. I DM'd you my thesis on everything. It's speculative. It actually made a lot more sense the more I looked into it. I read an article saying that Perelman wants to retire soon. He owned the company since 1985, has been chairman since 92, stock IPO'd in 96. I didn't see a sale from the chairman of the stock when it shot up past 500 in 97, or the dead cat bounce after that. I started to see sales from him around 50 and buy-ins in the 40s. I think their cost basis is between 40 and 50, and if he's looking to retire, I wouldn't be surprised if he lets it squeeze hard, then sells off a bunch after that. Interesting. Yeah, it'd be smart. Huh. But his daughter runs it now, right? So, like his daughter's the CEO. Or that's what I heard. I don't watch streamers. Friday at 5, not Monday. Oh yeah. What's up an image in the Discord? If you could you DM me that? Alright, yeah, I guess assuming he likes his daughter. Fair enough. Why doesn't RC just go ahead and buy up the remaining 7 million shares in Revlon, please? Right? There's nothing wrong with nepotism. Inherently. What percent of your August OPEX money would you spend on GME versus Rev? I mean, they're not the same. I have my GME August OPEX money, and I have my Revlon OPEX money. They're separate. I'm not commingling them. Does Rev being on SSR tomorrow mean anything? Not really. It could have more of an effect than it does on Jimmy, but it doesn't really do a lot. We always go down for months between OPEXs. We've had 5 green days in a row. It's not that it's not being shorted. It's just that the shorting is not having a strong effect. What do you think about GME 819 37.5C for ETF FTDs? Well, it's not terrible. Like, add the money. No, because AMC has obscene amounts of liquidity, right? Less now that it's on the Russell 1K. But still obscene amounts of liquidity. Massive float. Skittish ownership. Thoughts on the SPY for the rest of the week? Wondering if now it's time to get some puts. I already have a lot of those. Could I have bought them now? Yeah, that would have been better, but I could just see a scenario where they squeeze the stock. She offers shares first, then he sells off his port off that dead cat bounce, and that's actually done after that. Interesting. Maybe. You think she wants out? I could see him wanting out, running the company from the 1980s, but so we're thinking back on RegSHO in 5 days, moving the cutoff for expiry to 25-26. I mean, we'll see. SSR made me more for Rev since they can't infinite print ETFs. That's true, but they can print ETFs. They're also, you know, on the NYSE. The market maker can generate liquidity to satisfy buy and sell orders. It'll all fail, but they can still generate it. She offers shares from the company to clear debt. Oh, okay. So she clears the debt, keeps running the company. He sells off some of his port and retires. Yeah, that works. I'd squeeze if I owned the company. I'd squeeze the fuck out of them. I'd do crazy shit like use my $1.5 billion, $4 billion to buy back all the shares outstanding. I'm not kidding. Where do they not want to squeeze them though? Well, there's a fine line there between market manipulation and just letting things run their natural course. What indicates they aren't able to short effectively? Well, the borrow rate and the lack of ETF available liquidity. I'm going to look at what he did in 97 because I'm 99.99% sure he squeezed the shorts out once before as chairman of the board. No one likes short sellers. I mean, for those that don't have SPY put positions yet, they don't seem to be getting much cheaper as it's going up today. Yeah, they're really not. I've noticed that. My September positions haven't really dropped much, even with the price increase. When time to short the SPY? Oh, if someone could answer that question, they would have all the tendies in the world. Buying all the shares outstanding would cause the stock to be taken off the exchange.
Not immediately. You just announce a buyback program for 7.75 million shares, and you just start buying them back, right? You don't have to buy them all back. You just start buying them back. Like Elon threatened to do on Twitter, right? Why imperfect? Well, it's more complex. It's not ideal to short through an ETF. It's just possible. For their positions, it's great. It's not the most liquid route of shorting. Pretty sure that's supposed to be illegal. Shush. What, announcing a share buyback? How's that illegal? Oh, you mean what Elon did? Yeah, that probably was. But who's gonna punish him? We'll have to get an airline stewardess, a horse, and a paddle. Twitter shareholders can actually sue him for market manipulation if they lose their money. It's true. It's actually a pretty compelling case for that. What are you talking about? Everyone who shorts Tesla has made shitloads of money because Tesla's not worth anywhere near what it trades at, and so it always goes down massively. And the short sellers who fade the top make fuck tons of money. That's why they keep shorting it. No stock in the history of stocks has successfully gotten rid of all of its short sellers. Short selling presents an opportunity, and opportunities in the market are rarely left by the wayside. Wouldn't you be looking to get into rev calls, if not already? Well, I'd imagine when it's advantageous to do so. Under 885, a good price. Not terrible. Would a $200 increase in 3-month period be weird? Like 320 to 560? In what? On what stock, BMG? Thoughts on cat puts? Yeah, I don't like playing the downside on cat. I know it looks like there's a lot of opportunity there, but they tend to just burn up theta and kind of suck. If hypothetically you had some August 19, $10 rev calls that are underwater, would you continue to hold? Or roll them out to September? I'd probably move them. Over the next 2 days, you might have another opportunity to get out. You might not, though. Be warned. That could really go both ways, but there is some number of obligations due
over like the next 2 to 3 days, which could give you a better exit opportunity. Maybe not a great exit opportunity, but better. When I'm filthy rich, I'm gonna fuck with short sellers. When I'm filthy rich, I'm gonna become a short seller. It's Revlon 1997 from Jan to April. Yeah, that's not normal. If I want to get assigned is 37 CSP for the week, likely. If you want to get assigned, why not? What's the cost on 3750s? That's the wrong fucking stock. Hold on. The 3750 probably offers a slightly better chance of assignment, but you would end up paying slightly more for the shares, right? So you'd be buying the shares for 3640. Yeah, roughly 3640, depending on where you hit on the mid. Whereas a $37 CSP, you might not get assigned. But if you did, you'd be buying at like 3610. So not too big of a difference, but the chance of assignment goes up massively on the 3750. Tesla has 7x the competitors it used to have. Electricity is going skyward across the board. The feasibility of electric cars just isn't there for most. Going way down eventually. I don't know if it'll go way down, but yeah, it's definitely overvalued. Did you wave your hands maniacally over your head for a minute or so when you enter rev calls again? I bought a few earlier to get like a little bit of exposure. Sometimes I have to mute this. Thanks for the non-answer on the spy bets. I mean, you want me to tell you when to buy and sell options, man? That's up to you. I can't help you with that. So you'll pretty much always get a non-answer when you're looking directly for financial advice. Is 2+2 a thing for Rev? Food advice, coffee advice, sure. 2+2 a thing for Rev. Trying to figure out when real liabilities hit the tape for yesterday's crazy volume and dark pool orders. T+2+2 for market makers in the event that they settle out that volume in the next couple days. So yes, T+2 is a thing, but market makers can extend that obligation 2 days. So the true like market maker settlement period is T+2+2. They very rarely move obligations out to this period, but they can. If they're under enough pressure, it's possible to see that happen. And that's very specifically for the creation of synthetic volume. That's not for like gamma exposure and stuff. And they can fuck with that too. They can mark it long. But I'm not seeing a massive swell in put OI on Rev, so it's very unlikely that they're marking anything long. There's a reason I picked up some exposure today. Beyond just like the bullish break of VWAP. Happened over a 6-month period, twice in 18 months of each other. It's still very, like, odd price action. My friend has 130 Jan 2023 Bobby 60Cs. He's green and has an average cost of 0.4. Hold his baby or put her up for adoption. I mean, if he's green, he's got a super good cost basis on them. I would absolutely fucking hang on. Right? Like, there's so much potential in those. Even if the price only moves up to like $8. If it moves, like, if it gets volume and starts to pick up volatility, those could get really, really valuable really fast. Like the same way you saw the Revlon calls price up yesterday, right? That exact same thing can happen. Like the market maker will start pricing more risk in those. Right now, they're not pricing a lot of risk in them at all. If I want to get assigned to my CCs, 819, what strike would you suggest? I mean, if you want to get assigned, you probably want a high delta, right? Like a high percentage chance of assignment. If you sell at 1.0 delta, you can guarantee assignment. $1 million in August 19, 150C sold. What's the thought behind that move? On what stock, Visceral? Rev? When the fuck did this happen? 1 million contracts or $1 million? It's also abundantly clear they don't mind a volatile stock. Yeah, I don't think they give a shit. I mean, I would have assumed that already from the bankruptcy, right? Like, you don't care if your stock's volatile and you filed bankruptcy. No, it can't get me in trouble with the SEC. That whole thing is a misnomer. I am not a registered financial advisor. End of story. I don't manage your money. I don't even know what the fuck's in your portfolio. I don't have access to the information that would, the privileged information that would allow me to get into trouble with the SEC. So I could actually tell people everything. I just don't, because it's not cool. It would be immoral. Well, at least unethical. It would be unethical. So that whole like not financial advice thing is horseshit. You can just directly give people financial advice on the internet. They just don't have to listen to you. Now, if you are a registered financial advisor with direct fiduciary duty to a client, then you do have obligations. I am none of those things. I'm late to the party, just looking at the ref chart. How did over 1 billion shares trade in June with a float under 6 million? Well, we'll find out soon. What happened to your Genworth financial position? Oh, that was a fucking fractional share that WeBull gave me. I sold it. because it was gross and it was cluttering up my portfolio. It gets kind of iffy if you have a Series 7 and you give people advice, to be honest. Ah, yes, if you have an active Series 7 and you give people advice, it would get a little iffy. But even then, no. I mean, fucking people who have Series 7s tell their friends about fucking stock picks all the time. As long as you're not, you know, putting your firm or client's money at risk, or you don't have privileged information, then it's really not. So you mean what happened to DFE? Well, what happened to DFE's employer, right? Emailed you all my Q1 statements. Thanks for taking a look. Yeah. I'm not going to read this. My Rev August 19 calls deep underwater. Will it worth them to roll now or wait a few days? I bought the dip today, which is way above the water now, so it doesn't hurt so much anymore. Oh, you could probably wait a couple days. I mean, there's a potential for some covering in the next few days on Revlon. You know, it can go back up again. I don't think that's gonna like squeeze right now. I think that'll be when a larger amount of liquidity comes in. But you know, there could be a better opportunity to roll in the future. There might not be. You might, you know, just burn 2 days of theta, but that's what theta's for, right? It's the cost to sit at the table. Everyone forgets how badly the courts probably want to nail DFV for doing what he did. Yeah, they probably do. But, I mean, he didn't give anyone financial advice, at least not directly. What he did was perfectly within the confines of the law. I think they'd hold for the, not only do I think they'd hold for the warrants, I think they'd hold to cover their debt, which is massive. See, the debt and the, you know, the warrants, those kind of work in our favor at these prices. What's your opinion on Jimmy Shift Search info for today? I don't really use Shift Search as much anymore, just because I've been paying for data. Jimmy is pretty flat today, frankly. I mean, it's not really interesting either way. There's only like 3,000 more sold calls than there are bought calls. It's just very fucking uninteresting. Institutional positions are negative delta right now. DFE could just buy the courts now. I mean, he doesn't have that much money. He made $50 million. He probably paid like 40% in taxes. And then he could make roughly $200,000 a week off covered calls. I mean, he's doing well. He's retired, but, you know, didn't some fucking shithead just win $1 billion in the lottery? Imagine 1,000 people came out of Revlon as rich as DFE because of you. One could only hope. DFE is now a multimillionaire, can afford expensive lawyers, so he's borderline untouchable like most hedge fund managers. Those are different. I think those are different levels of power, but yeah, he can afford lawyers. Felix with 1900 deep in the money calls on Jamie for the day. That's not too many, but yeah, edging down some FTDs. Good sign. IRS was the true lotto winner. They always are. Ah, poor guy. He only got 400 million. How terrible. Who gives a shit? One rev options from this in your DMs. Don't you love the spy up 1.5% and negative 3.5 million net delta? I do, actually. What do we got? 723. Jan 2023, $35 calls. August 5th, $5 call. August 15th. Okay, some more washing. Cool. Are those Philly? I can't tell what exchange they are. They look like Philly. Made $2 on that, getting the Mega Ball, and bought a 40. Nice. I feel vulnerable for not having exposure, waiting on Rev IV to hopefully crush before OPEX. Scary, huh? That's why I bought shares. Right? So there's a good way to think of shares. Exposure hedge. Like when GME runs, I have no intention of selling my shares, right? But if I didn't have any options exposure, they'd be there. Chances of the Jimmy and BB by Rev will run at the same time. It's possible. Top Bobby trades are Felix, but you don't care about Bobby. Not particularly. I know Bobby's failing. They're all doing the same shit. One is not better than the other, really. Right? They're all in the same group of equally fucked assets. So DDS and COS, and I really didn't cover this in the end of the DD. I meant to. They're both just so fucking illiquid that I really don't think there's any significant like short interest. There's definitely no shorting of volatility going on, right? It's mostly just that they react very strongly to the liquidity dumps. Like, there's people shorting them, but it's not the same positions. So when they dump liquidity during OPEX, both of those stocks have enough ETF exposure, and they're illiquid enough that they still react very violently, right? But they're not really like
something that are being like, they're not really stocks that are being like, cost has no IV, too short, right? If a stock doesn't have options, it has no implied volatility. Let's explain it like this. If the world was our community, we're all the poors, including Dad, DFE is a gifted Cornichon, and then the big hedge funds are pigeon whales. Yeah. The difference between 50 billion and 30 or 50 million and 30 billion is a very wide moat. You should advertise Kava. It's amazing. Also, you sing praises for CNS. Might as well be advertising Shill City up in here. I don't think anybody in their right mind would ever use me to advertise their product. I mean, nobody that's not just also despicable to me, right? Like, I get offers, but they're all super cringy. Like, I can't even imagine talking about some of these products. Do you ever look at those chair wrecks I DM'd you? Maybe? Best play for OPEX with 1K. I don't know. Which stock do you like the most? You gotta fucking read the DD, do the research, and figure out which one you think has the highest probability. Jesus Christ. Come on, Poker DGen. You've been here long enough to know better. I'm proud to you by my low T. Congratulations on that, Grant Jackson. If you reach out to Carl, he's been having some success with our new eau de toilette, RegSHO. Yeah, but they don't pay me. I shill those free of charge. Do you own a Kava franchise? Russian energy giant Gazprom said Wednesday the delivery of a turbine needed to keep gas flowing to Europe via the Nord Stream 1 pipeline was impossible due to sanctions on Moscow. Well, fuck. Thank God it's not like 36 degrees centigrade in Europe. Or thank God it is. It's still hot as fuck in Europe, right? You guys are there, I'm not. Yeah, okay. What do I have to say to get you to notice me? Look at the Discord. And probably just that would work. What do we got? We got a new ETF or something? What they got rid of Revlon and VTI?
Oh, fuck. Vanguard's not going to play games. Curious. You know, Vanguard is long VTI. We're positive on this? That's a big deal. Vanguard just changed its name from Vanguard Total Index to Vanguard Almost Total Index. I see Revlon here. Market value 1.8 billion. 347,600 shares. You'll notice the holdings are like 4,000 items, but the portfolio composition file is only 1,600. Oh, I can't export it. Portfolio composition file. Yeah, I don't care to show it to me. How do you search this? Did you just manually go through 1,600 fucking holdings? Ugh. Dan work. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'll just take your word for it. What if you missed it? Rev not listed on composition of VTI on Fidelity. Yeah, it's oh, then you export. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I didn't know you could export it. I thought it was just on the website. Looks like it's not. Not in VTI. What do you want to know, hot boy Danny Troy? Ref price moving up, but Ivy getting slammed? I don't think Ivy's getting slammed. Mm. That's gonna increase fails even more, no? Yeah. Where the fuck did they even get volume today? We've traded over the float. There's no liquidity source. What are they gonna do with their billion fails? Yeah. But how long are they gonna keep that game up for? That's fucked. There's nowhere to boof it. You need a boof hole. They're like a Ken doll down there. Look, Girk, I don't care. Just make the stock go up. You know, Turd, all the price action today was actually just me moving my position around. Sorry about that. Fintel says VTI has 5,800 shares with a file date of 8/1. Interesting. Did you hear that? Boofle for MOASS. Per fidelity updated at 240 and easier to search. VTI does not contain Revlon in its holdings. I think the bankruptcy caused all the ETFs to dump their holdings. What date did they file the bankruptcy on? What was it again? It was June fucking June what, 14th or something? Boofle for MOASS. Thank you, Silence of the Dans. At least you don't want me to moderate him. Why don't you stop footing around and buy more so you can save me? That's not how the stock market works, Turd. I can't just buy up the float of a stock to come pick up your shitty weeklies that you bought on the peak. Hmm. You'd buy up the stock if you cared. What? I'm still trying to confirm if it has like 5,100 shares based on a filing on 8/1 or 0 shares now because of the bankruptcy. Still 0 shares in Fintel. Yeah, I'm seeing 0 short shares available. Yeah, I know that. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm down 50% on some August SPY puts. You recommend holding or rolling to September monthlies? I mean, I can't recommend anything. You can do whatever you want. I would probably try to manage that position a little bit if you're down that much. Although I can't say I'm doing the same for mine. I think at this point, my, like, whatever August SPY calls I have left are kind of just, either gonna go to zero or I'll get out of them slightly better than now. They still have a little bit of, yeah, Theta's kind of ripping at them now. Not much. I moved the majority of my position out to September already, though. Second filing, they also filed in 2020. No rev in the PCF file for VTWV. Christ, it was hard to get a fill just now. Everyone fucking relax, alright? Look at all the trouble that your bullishness and excitement I had to deal with all fucking morning. Now it's up at the same fucking price and everyone's like super excited. Chill the fuck out. To listen to 5 hours of whining and now it's up 60 cents and it's all okay again. Yes. Vanguard told the shorts to fuck off. I love it. I mean, it kind of looks like that if we're not finding any holdings anywhere and there's no shares available to borrow. Where can I get an up-to-date list of VTI holdings? I'm a data engineer. I can do Dan Grunt work. PCF file from the Vanguard's fund page. But we already checked that. It says 0. Rev ETF exposure to VBK, VSGAX per unusual whales. Okay, can you guys check VBK and VSGAX? I feel like if Vanguard dumped them from their total market fund, they've probably dumped them from all their funds. Jimmy fighting to cross 3750. It's not 150 anymore. It's just 3750 now. We've established that the Rev exuberance depression line is around $8.60. Daddy, give me some bubble gum. Dang it, Gurk, stop messing around and do your part. Freeman 2.0. Oh, you want me to buy up all of Revlon's debt? Revlon's debt's more than I could ever afford. If I could afford to buy Revlon's debt, I would walk away from this stream this instant. Is this clinical margarine? No, it's Clinique margarine. Oh, look, they shorted it. Where did they get those from? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we found out. You guys have no shares. Look at your fake shares. Instead of Raid Shadow Legends, you can show off Revlon's line of nail polish for men. Nice. I knew you were doing this for the money. What? No, I was purely trading stocks out of altruism. More in the money calls coming out of Felix. I'm starting to feel like they're just exercising the fucking calls to get shares. Like, I don't even know if those are reversals anymore.
Like the put flow is not nearly as heavy as it usually is on GME when we see that. How long till the market maker just makes puts so expensive that they can't afford them anymore? I'm in Rev because if it hits and I'm not in it, I'm worried you're going to walk away from the stream with $50 million and I'll lose my financial advisor. No, not. I wouldn't walk away for 50 million. I need more than that. I'd say never change, Gurk, but after your markets are dynamic lecture this morning, I know change is necessary. But for real, never change. Thanks, regards, Kiki. I appreciate it. What is critical margin theory on Revlon? Pickle Man. Rude. You keep saying you don't want kids, yet here you are every day being the best financial internet dad of the year. You will turn the rev car and go home. $100 million? Yeah, it's getting better. For months, I thought the green pixels in my computer monitor had burned out, but they're coming back. I think it helped to shake it. Usually, yeah, that's what I do. Like when my ports are red, I just shake it really hard, and then sometimes it fixes itself. Eight of the top 10 calls are out of Felix at the mid. Damn. There's another condition for ending up on RegSHO. Was it 10,000 fails? Greater than 10,000? Or 0 point? Is it or? Alright, I think it's whichever is greater. Right? God, I haven't read that rule in so long. CNS downs or CNS ups? Well, we'll find out. CNS nothing, actually, for both stocks. GameStop and Revlon have ceased to trade shares at the end of CNS here.
Last week I sold 20 35 cc's expiring 8/5. Still unsure how assignment works. Do I need to buy them back or can I chance it into expiration? You can wait until expiration to buy them back. You are taking a risk, obviously, that the price would go up and they would be even more expensive to buy back than they currently are. But essentially, if they expire in the money, you will get your shares removed from your account and you will receive $35 per share plus whatever the premium that you sold them for was. So you're telling me that if you made the same amount as DFV on Rev, you would continue streaming and dealing with Dans and Pours 50 hours a week? Maybe fewer hours. I don't know. 50 million? Like, I would still just be trading. I can't see myself. I mean, maybe more wheeling? Yeah, how else am I going to get people to buy my covered calls? Why were WCC puts priced down so much? It's a good question. I'm not sure. Bullish. Oh, there we go. Damn, 20,000 sale? That's a fat chunk. I bought Rev at 950 yesterday, sold at 838 this morning when I heard they were off RegSHO. Then I bought back in at 855 just now. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, you're clearly the greatest trader of your generation. We're bullish on Rev now with the ETF revelation and all the in the money call exercising. I don't know. I feel like I'm already kind of peaked out on bullishness for Revlon. Can I get more bullish? Yeah, but like at $20. It definitely wasn't. It definitely wasn't the latter, Walford. You're at ETF waiting for Rev via WeBull. It shows PRFZ with 30.98K, URTY with 784, ITOT with 9142. How could those smallest shares work with ETF washing? It's very little, but they can use it, maybe multiple times a day by turning the nav over, like reconstituting and shorting again. Could you please tell me not to touch my Rev position? What? You do whatever you want with your Rev. You touch it all over. A nice little 20K short drop the Jan 35s by 1.15. Seems legit. Hmm. slammed with work till the week of August 15th, so I can't watch the ticker closely. Fair. BBY testing 6 again. What's the IV on those Jan 35s? Absurd. Trying to verify Rev ETF holding through my brokerage, but we'll have to search when I'm not at work. We can look it up. They're just all the quants are digging right now. $10,000 from Untitled. VTSMX is just the mutual side fund side of VTI. Okay. Unusual Whales is dumb. Yeah, I could have told people that. Yeah, apparently none of these have shares anymore. A user. Oh, it's like my DD when the river runs dry. It's a dry river. You should just buy the float of something weird. Eh. The only way for Rev to be controlled now is through internalization. Well, internalization and market maker synthetic liquidity. But yeah, it's... Huh. I mean, there's a drought? Yes. Drought. I don't, Greg. I've never run into that problem with your wife. Hey, pal, do you see GME moving to max pain this week? I'm looking for another good entry position. Thoughts? What's max pain at on GME this week? Like 35 or something? I haven't even looked at max pain this week. The chances of it moving back to gamma neutral are pretty slim. Maybe we get like 34, 33 next week. Like into next week. I don't know how hard they're gonna slam it after like the ETF FTDs, but into OPEX. But if they do slam it hard, the previous OPEX, like the previous ETF FTD period, would indicate a drop to like 32-ish, that range. So even then, probably not down to 30. Definitely not right now, though. Right now, the price is elevated. I'm gonna wait. I wonder if I should buy some leaps, though, while the IV is just literally nothing. Yeah, we could hit 40, maybe a little higher over the next few days, 3 days. Today's price action on Rev brought to you by 65% off exchange volume and 1.6 million FTDs. that are totally covered in that 1.8 million volume that is left. Totally nothing to see here. This message actually brought to you by Kenny G. Thank you so much, Russell, my Jimmies. Yes, free, fair, and transparent markets brought to you by Kenneth Cordell Griffin. What is the Rev true share price worth right now, in your opinion? Oh, like negative $34? Yeah, I'm not going to take that channel down, Parliaments. In light of the new data, what's your conservative price target for Rev? It's the same. Them having to exercise all those deep in the money calls for liquidity is hilarious. It really is. Does the DTCC and SEC have some sort of failsafe for these situations for market makers? Yeah, they have like insurance. They are the failsafe. I don't have an alcohol problem. Negative 34.57. What's your bolometer for Revlon? What? Oh, I don't know. I'm having trouble processing this whole no shares in an ETF. Can you break down what you guys just figured out? Yeah. So here you have a stock. And then you have pools of liquidity. Things like ETFs, cash. Well, cash is kind of like the big pool. I'll leave cash out of this. Let's go like sub pools. Options, DMM, liquidity provisions, right? And all of these kind of work together to provide a liquid market. Except for Revlon, and ensure that, even if the ownership of the shares outstanding is exceeded, the stock will continue to trade. But with Revlon, there's no ETFs, right? And then puts are overpriced, so those are out. So that means that all the liquidity being generated on the stock is being generated by the DMM, except there's very few shares. Like we're trading in excess, even on today, which is a slow day, we're trading wildly in excess of the free float. So, at a minimum, some percentage of our trades today have failed. And of those, of the volume traded today, 67% of it hasn't even hit the lit exchange. So it's interesting. It's an interesting day. DMM is the designated market maker through NYSE. Damn the garbage. Put their pickle in my jar. What's good, Gurk? Just got out of jail. Been in since April 2022. What did I miss? Buying makeup now. Sweet. Whale teeth for MOASS. Fucking A, damn the garbage. Welcome back. Sorry you went to jail. Insider trading's a real bitch. GME's, I don't know who the DMM for Revlon is. I meant to look that up last night. It doesn't really matter, because if internalization gets out of control, they can both act as DMM on a stock, like a primary, secondary. Even Goldman can step in and act as a tertiary. So there's a lot of Like in GameStop's Citadel's the DMM for GameStop, right? But in January last year, Citadel and Virtu both internalized billions of dollars of GameStop order flow. Yeah, I have the paid data, but there's the Fintel's wrong, as far as we can tell so far. Lack of ETF liquidity, if found true, doesn't necessarily mean a different price target for a squeeze, but makes a squeeze more probable. Yeah. Like there's still if the price goes above $30 for 10 days, there's liquidity that can be unlocked because of those warrants. If the price goes up to a level where Revlon can clear their debt, the liquidity can be unlocked that way, right? So there's other liquidity, but it requires increasing the price to get it. Which is good. When you have a reservoir, think of the FTD or the DD again, right? The FTD DD. When you have a reservoir and it's out of water, right? You have to have trucks come in and fill it back up, right? You have to have water brought to it in order to keep the power going. What are the top three things you would change about how our markets work? Example, more data for retail, no more dark pool trading, etc. There's just one thing. I would create a market with instant settlement. No delays, no exceptions, instant. And that would solve literally all the other problems. Wait, what happened to your Exxon Valdez tanker of water? How do you think I kept my short positions afloat? God. You think I got all that liquidity for no reason? I was draining it out of the Revlon and GME pools for months. Killing it with the H2O liquidity puns. Thanks. As always, thank you. Can you give us an update on your rev strategy, especially given the new info? Are you just DCing into your options position? Yeah. I was way up yesterday, missed the IV drop this morning. Goes to show you can't look away while trading options. I mean, if you were way up yesterday, you should still be up today. But yeah, you definitely don't want to look away from it. Yeah, I'm just DCAing in, looking for opportunities as they present themselves. No share. Well, share creation's possible. It just has to be settled immediately, right? You got censored, Russell, my jimmies. We got to mention how it is completely wild that we are here again. This is fucking 2022, 2020 all over again. All those roofs passed, all those changes made. Literally nothing has changed. It's only gotten worse. Maybe now it's time. The sneeze that breaks the camel's back. We're actually in the opposite situation we were in 2020, right? In 2020, what happened was all the liquidity drained out of the market in March, right? Because of the COVID crash. And then liquidity rushed in faster than it could be contained, right? And that caused the dams to break. And the water to pour through in January.
Now we have the opposite problem. The liquidity's gone, but they're thirsty, right? They've created all these failed positions, but now they have no liquidity to satisfy them. Similar effect, but different reasons. Jan 30, 35 IV is pretty elevated right now. Do you think we'll see it back down to the 250, 260 range anytime soon? Maybe. I know it's pretty high. It's priced way the fuck up right now. How much theta do you think is needed for Tesla puts? Probably more than you want to buy. Sounds like all the crypto platforms have collapsed and crypto prices crash and people stop trading. Yeah. So it's true of all markets. Like it's liquidity and volatility rule everything. That and theta, but that's separate. Dude, things like QNRX happen every day. Did I miss a rounded bottom song at any point today? No, I didn't play it. IV on Gen 23, 30, $35 calls is 170 to 175% on Quest Trade. Am I looking at that correctly? That seems awfully cheap. They're showing 338% for me. It could accelerate it, yeah. You think Rev could possibly bump Thursday, Friday, but next week they will try to kill the IV before OPEX Friday, Monday, but yeah, that's possible. I don't know when they pulled it out of the ETFs, so I don't know if it was in. They may not have any ETF FTDs, if that's the case. If it was pulled out of the ETFs before June, then it may not have any outstanding FTDs. What would they use to crush IV now? It's a good question. TDA showing 177 for Jan 35s. Interesting. With instant settlement, wouldn't anyone not running an HFT bot be completely excluded? Just ban high frequency trading or charge 1 penny per trade or 0.001 penny per trade. That's easy to fix.
I've been on Rev Jan 23, 35 on TOS is 178. Hmm. I've been on the beach for the past 2 weeks. What's the current sentiment on a scale of 1 to 10? 1 to not bullish out of the pickles, and 10 heading to A&E due to missing pickles. I'm like a solid 7 right now. Each trade showing 339. Yeah, that's like what I'm seeing. With Rev out of VTI, what does August OPEX matter? It may not. It may be far worse of a situation than that. There may be no source of liquidity. I mean, they're gonna have to clear their fails. I guess they're just trapped in a cycle of trying to kick them out without ETFs. Jesus. Hmm. With Rev emerging from bankruptcy, will these various tracking funds need to purchase shares at the next rebalance? Yes. You still holding your Tesla puts? Yeah. The 900s? I still have those. Yeah, it's still up at like 920. It hasn't really done anything crazy. Interesting. Try to go long and cover, I guess. I don't know what other options they have. Are they shorting Rev right now? The DMM can short. Rev was still in VTI on the 30th of June, so there may be FTDs one last time. Okay. How do they regain control of this, assuming no one sells and there's no share offering? I don't see how they can. They'd have to be out, and they have shorts that are underwater and failed. So many fails. Is volatility a financial instrument, or is it the result of financial instruments? Both? What's the upside, though? Cover everything? Jettle? And if it's not presenting a significant strain on their margin, then they can just stay in the game longer than we can, right? If Rev isn't in VTI, is that more bullish? Yeah. It would have no additional sources of liquidity, which means it's even more difficult to control price action. They can create shares in short. They're allowed to provide liquidity to the market that they are the designated market maker for. So if someone wants to short and there's no shorts available, they can provide those shorts. The options market maker can do the same. Those will fail, but they can provide them initially. Good entry for rev shares or wait for further shorting to the 6-7 range. And 6-7's better. I still think they're gonna fuck with the price a bit. And if they really have to cover, they'll probably try to tank it at least one last time. Why don't they need to buy in the money puts to get the MM to short on their behalf? And those are prevalent currently, right? In the money calls are pretty prevalent right now, which is how they clear FTDs. I don't see a ton of in the money puts. Also, in the money puts are expensive as shit. I think I'm just going to DCA if they tank it again. I have a little bit of exposure, which is what I wanted. Well, I thought it was well, it was still in ETFs as of June 30th. So there can still be FTDs that need to be satisfied. It's no longer in those ETFs, but they could have failed in those ETFs and still have to satisfy the FTDs. Yeah. Jimmy is a hedge for Revlon? I don't know about that. Be honest, your Rev was your plan all along to transition to the beauty stream long promised. Shh. We don't need to discuss that claw range. Riku. How are there not FTDs if it's no longer in the ETF? Well, part of being removed from the ETF could have been settlement of FTDs. But you know, those trades would have still failed in the market, generating more FTDs. But it looks like it was still in FTDs on the 30th. So, or still in ETFs on the 30th. So there could still be outstanding fails for those ETFs. I noticed Jamie breaking 37.50. As of at least June 30th. It could have only been dropped by Vanguard last week, for all I know. Well, last week was June 30th, right? No, it's 150. You talk proper in here. We don't use post-split talk, but it's post-split. Are my 40 GME CCs in trouble? Not yet. How does the Mac dork look on Rev? I know you have it up. Like, really, really good. Where did the inside joke come from that you sell people cover calls? Oh, when I first started talking about them on like options on Super Stunk, a bunch of people who don't understand how options work accused me of trying to sell people my covered calls. So because I had like a lot of shares, obviously I was trying to sell people my calls. And if I didn't convince people to buy calls, I wouldn't have a purchaser for those calls.
Um, and yeah, so that's where the meme came from. Can we have a peek? I'll show you my Mac door if you show me yours. No, keep it to yourself. I don't know why you ever stopped, Popcorn Trader. BMJ, if we start a hedge fund, you can be our counsel. Will you go over Rev VTI during your summary on what it means now that it's no longer in VTI? That means I have nowhere to get shares from. Thanks, Michael Wagner. I YOLO'd into Rev. Hopefully it was a smart move. Well, whatever happens, you'll have a story to tell. Pulling from Vanguard API. So the Vanguard, that's interesting. Okay. I'll share that with them. But I think they were looking at the PCF. This result it shows 6:30. There was no update. So the PCF on 6:30, their PCF file, like their holdings file, shows no holding on 6:30. So maybe that was the day they got rid of it. We can check again tomorrow. When's the next update on this fucking thing? The date we're seeing now is 8/3, right? No, this is the 6:30 update. PCF file is for 8/3. Okay, so that means that they got rid of it on Monday. That's fucking crazy. If that's the case.
Can you explain the plot of Happy Feet? It was a bit too dense for me to follow. Yeah. So every emperor penguin has a unique heart song that they sing, and it matches a female song, and then those two penguins mate. Norma Jean, a female penguin, falls in love with Memphis, a male penguin. Um, they lay an egg, which is left in Memphis's care, while Norma Jean leaves with the other females to fish. Um, and while the males struggle to go through the harsh winter, Memphis briefly drops the egg, resulting in a chick whose name is Mumble. Mumble's unable to sing but can tap dance, right? So this is the plot twist. Nevertheless, he's enamored with Gloria, a female penguin who's regarded as the most talented of her age group. And one day, Memphis or Mumble encounters a group of hostile skua, which is a Arctic bird, with a leader who's tagged with a yellow band, and he says, which is a form of alien abduction. Yeah, I don't really remember the rest. I hope that helped. But like he tap dances his way into her heart and goes on some adventures. I read your DD in the morning of marinated in erection for more than 4 hours. Do I need to maintain an erection for more than 4 hours? Do I need to see a physician? I think you'll be okay. They could have gotten rid of it in July, right? The API is of June 30th. PCS is August 3rd. So full July data is missing. Yeah. Oh, is it June? FTD RegSHO from JNC's 5 days of threshold amount to be taken off. Thank you, Robin. Yeah, portfolio composition 8320. It's not in it anymore. Thanks, Alethea. Any update on Fed tightening? I mean, I don't know if they started to roll off their bonds or not. VB squeezing. I'm too exhausted to get on this one. Just letting you know. Another squeeze today. It's been nonstop. Cool. Why is nobody excited that VXX is broken? I think the VIX is broken too. I have somebody who I have to get in a fight with about Spy 420 by Wednesday. Today's Wednesday, right? Oh, yeah. I got some DMs to send.
Yeah, Rev is not in VTI as of today. I'm excited. This is me excited. You don't like it? Too bad. Oh, I do just have Jamie up twice now. You look jacked to the tits. Exactly. Yeah, so their report says, so their main report says they have 300,000 shares. ETF DB says they have 80,000 shares, but their PCF, which is the most up-to-date source that we can find, given that it's from today, says 0. Welcome to the world of financial data. It's the best. What percentage of the day would you say you spend trolling Reddit, Discord, and arguing with people basking in their wrongness? Like 30% of the day. How smart or dumb was it that I just bought 1,000? I don't think Tesla announcing a split's gonna have an impact on the market. I just bought 1,000 shares of Revlon at $7.93. Donka. Congratulations. And ding ding. Today sucked. It was boring pretty much across the board. Jamie came up a little bit. Kind of just stayed in this upper range around 37.50. The small test of 38. This is kind of the range I was expecting us to maybe hit yesterday, but instead we touched on it today. What's going on there? What's that about? Hold on. My whole chart just disappeared. There we go. This could be good. We do have higher than usual ETF FTDs going into beginning tomorrow and going into the 10th of next week. The numbers are about double the previous quarter's ETF FTDs. So we could see some price movement, right? I don't want to say how high we could go definitively. Gamma Max is at like $40 today, and call interest is kind of low. But there should be some decent volume from those fails, and those fails are multiplied now. So it could be pretty interesting over the next couple days. Revlon doing weird shit in after hours. Well, we found out it was more in an ETF, then we found out it wasn't in the ETF at all. And then most of today's 9.6 million volume probably has failed. But it did manage, even on today's slow, grindy day, to maintain a relatively high amount of implied volatility and still trade volume in excess of its free float. We found out today about some warrants outstanding that come due in August 19th of 2024 at a share price of $20.39. They can be force exercised, mandatory exercise at a $30 per share price for more than 10 days by the company. And then as for the SPY, moving up to test a little higher than yesterday, which is interesting. Volume on the SPY still remains low. Net delta to the negative side still building. But this higher test, kind of right at the upper limits of this trend here on the 1 hour. So testing right there in this uptrend, I will say that this test does look bullish. And we may see a breakout up into that like 417 range into the end of this week as we continue to see slightly better macroeconomic data. Not great macroeconomic data, but a little better, and mostly nothing important.
which is really helping the SPY out a bit. But put positions and institutional positions continued to build into September OPEX, and net delta every day has been negative this week. So while it looks great now, CPI is next week and things could change very, very rapidly to the downside. I guess that's it. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. And I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Have a good night, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.